Good evening and welcome to Undaunted Weekly Recap. It is that time of the weekend where we give you exclusive reports treated during the week. I am Star Smart.
And I am Onyi Opala. Well, this week has been record-breaking. Meeting new ground, we hosted Dr. Martin Mungwara on his state of liberation, while on Thursday, we also hosted the Vice President of the Federal Republic of Ambazonia. It was a time when we learned, unlearned, and relearned on a lot of issues affecting us as a people. Well, right after the break, we'll bring you the recap in detail.
The media greatly influences society. They inform people about what is happening. It permeates people's lives by creating their own criteria and opinions. In this way, the media moves the masses, creating different social movements.
For over 60 years, the people of Ambazonia were deprived of such privileges. The privilege to enhance their own criteria and opinion. They have suffered cultural genocide for 6 long decades, but not in this age and not with Undaunted ABC Amber News on board.
You must understand that wars are fought and won in the media. The speed of the revolution on Ambazonia's quest for freedom cannot be explained without highlighting the diligent use of the media.
Franco-Cameroon colonizers, among other strategic moves, weaponized the media against Ambazonia for so long, and they continue to do so even today. The question would be, how much do the oppressed people of Ambazonia need to counter the media rage?
Indeed, how much more is required to stop the genocide? The carnage in Ambazonia didn't start today. In 1961, 1972, 1984, 1992, Ambazonians were slaughtered in huge numbers and help was not forthcoming. Why? Because the oppressor was the piper in the media.
The good news is we have what it takes to dictate the pace.
Right now, ABC Amber TV is taking advantage of the wonders of multimedia aggressively
to inform the misinformed and disinformed with Undaunted and other revolutionary programs bringing it to the news untold stories.
Most importantly, to win the media war by taking ABC Amber TV into every multimedia platform.
In a word, where the importance of storytelling can never be overemphasized, Ambazonians has to tell her own story, not the other way round.
And like we say it always, Ambazonia must narrate her story accurately. We can do this together, you know, right? You are just a click away. Visit our website at www.abcambertv.com, and the steps are quite simple.
With just a click on the website, you can become a club member with so many benefits.
You can also make a one-time donation, advertise and showcase your goods and services at the marketplace on the website.
That was easy, right? You're welcome on board.
And thank you for opting for the winning team.
All right, you're welcome back. Well, this week started on the 12th of December, and we told you that over the last few weeks, the public has read and heard all sort of claims and allegations from senior members of the French Cameroon government and their proxies abroad, following the indictment and the ongoing judicial proceedings against some U.S. citizens of the former British Southern Cameroonian origin. Now, what's stated here is that the ongoing investigation by the U.S. judiciary does not in any way suggest that the U.S. government's position on the ongoing conflict in the southern Cameroons. Now, nothing has changed or nothing is shifting. It is a judicial matter for alleged crimes that purportedly violates the U.S. Constitution. Now, contrary to the concerns and fears nursed by many southern Cameroonians, the U.S. government still strongly recognizes and sympathizes with the legitimate plight and the struggle of the people of the southern British Cameroons.
And also, last week, Saturday, was the federal draft. The president, Dr. Samuel Sako, during the federal draft, appreciated everyone supporting, praying, and drafting for the freedom of Ambazonia. And as usual, gave a minute of silence and for the fallen heroes of Ambazonia. The president also said that we are in a season where we must all be strategic. He said our core enemy has doubled down efforts to take us down, but we must all be resilient. The truth is, this agents of La Republique du Cameroon has made our struggle more challenging, and the sabotage has made the journey more difficult because they believe they are in a fight with Dr. Sako instead of the enemy. And for that reason, we want to give more resources more into the struggle. Dr. Sako used the opportunity to cheapen the indictment of our comrades arrested in the U.S. as well. The president, Dr. Samuel Sako, during the federal draft, appreciated everyone, supported, praying, and drafted. Well, here is an excerpt of this so you see yourself.
Dear chairs of counties and LGs, fellow Ambazonians, I thank you all for honoring this invitation to this special draft, the federal draft, after the recess following the marathon nationwide county by county draft. Fellow warriors, there comes a season when we must be strategic, demonstrate greater mastery of our art as revolutionaries. We have had to progressively evaluate our methodologies, our strategies, our structures, and our operations in terms of our strengths and opportunities. Our core enemies, the Republic of Cameroon, have now doubled down on the strategy of viciously targeting our people at home and our support structures abroad. They are aided by anti-revolutionaries amongst us, one Cameroon traders, and some hired Ambazonian Confucianists bankrolled by the CPDM Esingan Mafia. These agents of La Republique du Cameroon have made our task more challenging. We are using one hand to fend them off. These internal saboteurs have chosen to crash the same plane we are all in, claiming they are fighting against one Dr. Sako. We want to play a more direct role in terms of resource mobilization and management for a more efficient and robust coordination of operations on the home front. We are also hoping to drive in more resources into the struggle. Dear compatriots, let me use this opportunity to appreciate those that have chipped in to the Legal Defense Support Fund for our compatriots who have been indicted in the US federal courts. The all for one for all mantra, which has been our rallying chant from the beginning of this struggle, is now tested in the courts of America by some who are determined to mischaracterize our liberation quest as a criminal enterprise. The scrutiny of justice will now be exposed for the world to see. I hope the US court in its judgment will urge the US government to call for a fact-finding mission to the southern Cameroon's Ambazonia in order to ascertain the true perpetrators and enablers of war crimes in the southern Cameroon's Ambazonia. Fellow Ambazonians, some people called us to get our position on the need for another protest march in Washington, D.C. to coincide with Paul Biya's meeting at the White House. As a soldier, you are like a farmer. You chose when and where to plant profitably. We also know that the world is not ruled by sympathy. It is governed by interest. We therefore must play by the rules, not by our rules. I don't think we cannot go out for another protest march at this time. I don't think so. I think, however, that recycling our unfruitful protest marches of 2017 and 18 cannot be our winning strategy at this time. We should opt for a smarter way to invest our time and resources. Our fight is for the recognition of the southern Cameroon's Ambazonia. America is free to recognize La République du Cameroon or Paul Biya, but they should also recognize the southern Cameroon's Ambazonia. That is our fight at the interim government. To deny us recognition, the enemy is trying to cast Ambazonia as a criminal enterprise and not as a genuine liberation movement. The Esingan cabal has engineered the indictment and arrest of 3 of our comrades in the US, trying to steal a judgment from the court against Ambazonia in favor of La République du Cameroon, then use it to sway American and other international opinions against Ambazonia. The fight is on in court in Kansas City and in Minneapolis as we speak. That is where we should show up in our numbers, if at all, not in DC. Qualitative legal defense requires huge sums of money. For example, it costed us $14,000 to respond to charges brought against the former dismissed Secretary of State for Communication, Chris Ano, in California court. This time we have 3 comrades to defend through trial, and all I hear is let's go and march in Washington, as if the State Department or Congress will then call the courts to ask them to free our people in response to a march in one street corner in Washington, D.C. Here is my take now on the issue of Biya in the White House, amongst other African heads of state. If Paul Biya, who only yesterday refused to receive many diplomats in a today on the issue of Ambazonia, suddenly can fly to DC to attend President Biden's invitation, why don't we rather insist on telling President Biden what he must tell Paul Biya? Yes, the security in Washington, D.C. will be tighter. You will not be allowed anywhere near the White House. A demonstration limited to one street corner in Washington, D.C. based on a non-local issue like Ambazonia in America, with no significant press coverage, will be at best a meet and greet exercise with no impact on what Biden tells or does not tell Paul Biya. Instead, we can and should use this moment to call our senators and congressmen political influencers to communicate their disapproval of the presence of the world's #1 genocidaire in the White House. It is time we mobilize Amazonian Americans who are even registered Democrats to reach out to the Democratic Party's power brokers to ask President Biden to rebuke Paul Biya, and go on Twitter and tell the powers that be that our votes as Amazonian Americans also count in America. Then advise the Biden administration to use this occasion to tell Paul Biya what the French will not tell him. It is time we constitute ourselves into a 50 plus thousand strong active voting bloc, consequential enough in local politics, and our demonstrations will then be able to sway political power. For now, we must leverage what we have handy freely, and that is all the elected congressmen and women in various states who are moved by interest in our cause to help us push the political establishment in Washington towards a more positive choice for Ambazonia. I have come to tell you, ARS, fear not. Ambazonia is our country. It is ours to win. Nothing. No one can take it from us, not even death. Let's win this war, whether on our feet or in our graves. Don't give up, General, Colonel, Captain, Foot Soldier. Don't give up, ARFs. Our hope is in you. Your enemies are many, but our victory is sure. Let's give today and help the federal government to effectively plan and coordinate strategic special operations to boost self-defense in our counties from today. Long live our ARFs. Viva the Federal Republic of Amazonia, and God bless our beautiful country.
The ninth session of the illegal Northwest Regional Assembly just ended. The session ran from Monday the 12th till Wednesday the 14th, and the theme was budget orientation and debate for participatory development. Now, this session has an objective to bring all stakeholders on board for an effective elaboration of the 2023 program budget in line with the new nomenclature. Now, secondly, it was also done to enhance the participation of citizens in community-centered peace and development initiatives.
All right, now moving on to one of the stories we treated this week. Interestingly, on Monday, the United States clarified its decision to exclude 5 countries from its United States Africa Leaders Summit holding in Washington, D.C. And according to the U.S. State Department Office of African Affairs, 49 African government and African Union AU dignitaries were invited to attend the 3-day summit beginning Tuesday. However, 5 countries were excluded from the invitations, which are Mali, Guinea-Conakry, Burkina Faso, Eritrea, and Somalia.
Now, justifying the exclusion on Monday, Senior Director for African Affairs at the National Security Council, Jude DeVamont, said the State Department wanted to respect the decisions of the African Union and did not invite countries the AU had sanctioned, as it is the case of Mali, Guinea-Conakry, and Burkina Faso. On the other hand, Eritrea and Somaliland were excluded because they don't have diplomatic relations with the U.S. Now, the civilian population is paying a lot of price as a result of the ongoing war in southern Cameroon. Many have lost their lives to stray bullets as well as targeted bullets. Many still alive as of now, having one limb amputated as a result of bullet injuries. Why has the African Union government not looked at this as well?
Well, speaking of which, we see youths parading around settlements with guns in as a normal phenomenon, even to children in southern Cameroon. The colonial La République du Cameroon military has been known for manipulating their gun to see if human lives had a duplicate. While civil rights groups as well as the international community have condemned violence as a way out to the 6 years and counting conflict in southern Cameroon. Despite all the different voices clamoring for a genuine dialogue with different stakeholders, La République du Cameroon with her ruler dictator Biya have remained glued to use of arms. Since 2017, that the people of southern Cameroon engaged in diverse self-defense mechanisms against La République du Cameroon colonial forces following the war declared on the peoples of southern Cameroon by the Paul Biya.
Now, also moving on, Muzu has said federation is a right option for strike for southern Cameroonians. Now, you'll be wondering at this stage of the struggle if this is not taking us backwards, or you can even call it a witchcraft. Well, the Federalists granted an interview to the bi-weekly The Post of Monday, December 12th, 2022, during which he carried these statements about federation being the right option for southern Cameroons. While Undaunted recently gathered Muzu and others were redundant and therefore irrelevant as far as the Ambazonian liberation quest was concerned. Since Muzu persists stubbornly pedaling against the waves of Undaunted, well, Undaunted without favor or fear challenges him with the following questions, which we will give later on.
Now, the fear of Sacco and the interim government was demonstrated as a Cameroon government official delegation accompanying Paul Biya to the USA reportedly holds secret meetings with some Ambazonian sellouts who also recently held secret meetings in Canada to auction the Ambazonian people's liberation struggle. Civil rights groups as well as the international community have condemned violence as a way out to the 6 years and counting conflicts in southern Cameroon. Well, regardless of all the different voices clamoring for genuine dialogue with different stakeholders, La République du Cameroon has ignored. Since 2017, the people of southern Cameroon's Ambazonia engaged in diverse self-defense mechanisms against La République du Cameroon colonial forces following the war declared on the people of southern Cameroon by the Paul Biya since they refused to listen to peace.
Well, the President Samuel Ikome Sako gave a speech as their uninvited 55th African president. Well, the president started the speech by regretting the absence of their southern Cameroonians at their 55th African Nation of the Year. Well, he also asked Ambazonians to, pass the era of omission. Well, by addressing the US-African Summit as the uninvited 55th Nation of Africa from the observer's perspective. Well, we hope that the summit will be a moment of sincere introspection around the true causes of anti-Western sentiment sweeping across the African continent today, which is affecting the Amazonian struggle. Well, he looked at many other topics like Africa Not Poor dialogue, the place of Africa, French policies, and the interest of America, and so many other topics that he treated in that particular speech. Well, let's get that address here.
We are not going to go to the table. That's their real language. They don't want to dialogue with us. They want us to stoop down, bow down to them, and surrender. Because La République does not want to talk with us. They want to talk to us. So we will not allow them go. The international community neither should allow them go. We should rather hold the international community to.
We the people, ABC Amba TV, Ambazonia Broadcasting Corporation. The voice of the voiceless, the voice of Ambazonia, connecting the world from Africa with untold stories, Africa's best. We the people, ABC Amba TV, Ambazonia Broadcasting Corporation. The voice of the voiceless, the voice of Ambazonia, connecting the world from Africa with untold stories, Africa's best.
Mr. President of the United States of America, my president, the organizers of the US-Africa Summit 2022, fellow African heads of state here present, dear international observers, I want to thank the United States of America for organizing the second US-Africa Summit. This is a laudable action to revitalize partnership and alliances with African countries. I understand this summit will continue efforts to strengthen ties with African nations that are under severe pressure by their local populations to review the significance or not of traditional alliances that stem from our colonial heritage. We, the people of the southern Cameroon's Ambazonia, regret our absence from the ongoing US-Africa summit. This would have been a golden opportunity for the US to affirm her historical vote at the United Nations in favor of the independence resolution on the Southern Cameroons-Ambazonia on April 21st, 1961. I have been obliged by the people of the Southern Cameroons-Ambazonia to bypass this error of omission by addressing the US-Africa Summit as the uninvited 55th nation of Africa, albeit from an observer's perspective. It is our hope that the summit will be a moment of sincere introspection around the true causes of anti-Western sentiments sweeping across the African continent today. A post-colonial philosophy that made most alliances with Africa and the West look like a beautiful girl toasted around by suitors or bidders, and whose will does not count, led to the establishment of transactional alliances and not genuine partnership alliances. That kind of posture reminds the African psyche of the infamous era of slavery. The Africa of today is in need of direct mutual beneficial political economic partnership alliances with America on grounds of equality and respect for each other. Africa doesn't need babysitting today. Africa doesn't need people to decide for her. Africa doesn't need systems and alliances that work more for the good of others than our own people, and leaders who appear to serve foreign interests more than national interests. This schoolmaster approach by the West may have worked for a while, but right now it is not working for Africa. The youth, and that means 60 to 75% of the 1.2 billion people in Africa, are asking why the richest continent remains the most backward today. Instead of frowning at voices like mine on the continent, instead of giving band-aid solutions, why don't we try out a cheaper option, which is one of the direct strategic partnership with the people of the continent, a Marshall Plan, for example. I say the people of the continent, not the leaders. There is a remarkable difference between the people of Africa and the political leadership in Africa today. We voted to join La République du Cameroon as two gentlemen, but the French pushed Amadou Ahidjo to opt for reunification instead of unification, and to go for annexation instead of equality, and adopt a unitary state instead of a federation. The French also advised Ahidjo in Fumban in 1961 to reject every common sense proposal by the people of the Southern Cameroons for a genuine union of two states of equal status. The French then helped to draft the fraudulent 1961 constitution that was never ratified as required by our Southern Cameroon's House of Assembly in Buea. The French president, Pompidou, ordered Ahidjo to abolish the fictitious federation between the Republic du Cameroon and the Southern Cameroon Ambazonia in 1972 through a fraudulent referendum. And then the French finally advised Paul Biya to finalize the annexation project of the Southern Cameroon Ambazonia by reverting to their former name before, which they had before, La République du Cameroon. I think America is trying to reach out to a sleazy dictator that is unreachable. Whenever you send envoys to reach him, it's impossible. Our concern should be the message from President Biden to dictator Paul Biya. I also want to caution the recent prosecution of some of our comrades in the US. It is not an action premeditated by the US government against Ambazonia. It is a matter brought before the court by certain individuals residing in the United States. I urge Ambazonians to contribute to our legal defense fund and do so now, and accompany our comrades to court, whether in Maryland, in Kansas, or Minnesota. It is never a crime to provide defense to somebody in court. Even the government does it. All for one, one for all. The verdict of these cases will establish a reference law that will influence opinions and guarantee our greater protection within the framework of existing laws in America. Remember, this is the United States, where you are innocent until proven guilty. The innocent should do the right thing and know that the enemy wanted to do us evil, that our God will surely use it for our good in this trouble. God bless our beautiful country, and God bless the United States of America. Thank you.
Just in case you missed the speech of the president, there you have it. Some snippets of the president's speech at the US-Africa Summit, Leaders Summit. Well, at the US-Africa Leaders Summit that went on this week in the United States of America, Paul Biya, the ruler of La République du Cameroon, has used the occasion as an opportunity to justify the poor developmental level in his country. Speaking Wednesday, December 14th, Biya accuses the strings and protocols around development aid as being the reason why his country is not yet at a reasonable developmental level. So to Biya, the reason why he is unable to provide roads, potable water, and electricity for his citizens is because of developmental aid protocols. It's unfortunate.
Well, this week we told you that an existing terror group in the Douala political capital of La République du Cameroon have grounded activities of a neighborhood for hours. Well, the said group, called Microbes, on Monday, December 12, 2022, caused an atmosphere of chaos, with business owners abandoning all at the mercy of God for fear of their lives. Well, for over an hour, these frustrated Cameroonese under the umbrella named Microbes attacked Mekampe, New Bell, Mex, and Ndogpasi localities, looting everything on their way, emptying the pockets of those they find on their path. Well, they were seen with sticks and cutlasses. Well, they paralyzed the environment, putting passerbys and business owners on the run.
All right, moving on this week, we also gave you a report of an 18-year-old immaculate FOC escaped from Manfei local government area in February after the colonial La République du Cameroon military burned down a girls' school dormitory at Queen of the Rosary College. She says she spent 2 months living in the courtyard of the Roman Catholic Church Cathedral in French-speaking Douala. FOC adds that a man who promised her a domestic working job instead abused her sexually, and she worked for 7 months without a dime, living only on a meager 1 meal a day. Now, Undaunted was informed this week that the colonial La République du Cameroon's government had admitted the children in the war-torn Ambazonia face violence, kidnapping, rape, being forced out of school and into early marriage, and recruitment by the liberation fighters.
Right, also this week we brought you a report about the values of our funds reduced to nothing. Well, traditional events at our palaces are gradually being hijacked and transformed into official La République du Cameroon events flooded with heavy military deployments. A similar situation is went on at the Macon Funds Palace at the official homage and celebration of the great legacy of the missing King of Macon, His Royal Highness for Ngwafo III Solomon Ayingmotu Ndefru. Well, the event was hijacked, and the traditional aspect is seemingly coming at the second plan and not the first, as it was supposed to be the case. Well, it is more or like a military event with different contingents and regimes. Well, why such a military presence, if not to kill the tradition of the people of Macon?
To come with His Majesty.
Manco! Manco! Hey, no!
This is quite a pathetic case here. I mean, you see that the value for a traditional event does not have the natives of that area being present at that event more, but more of the military having the entire place to themselves. Well, it is a very pathetic one. The Mankon Nunkwi Abubte, in other words, the official homage and celebration of the great legacy of the missing king of Mankon, His Royal Highness Fuagwafa III, SAN, has started on Thursday, December 15th, and would run through January 15th, 2023. The ceremony is taking place at the Mankon Palace in Bamenda Ngwe. Paradoxically, we have La République du Cameroon colonial military groups outnumbering traditional dance groups and the people of the place. The colonial La République du Cameroon military has hijacked a traditional ceremony. While the heavy military presence is a hindrance to the successful paying of homage and celebration of the legacy of the missing king of Mankon, as the population is scared of their presence, and this is most especially for their atrocities in southern Cameroon.
Au drapeau!
Drapeau Isaga, regardez votre emplacement.
Oh, wow. You'd want to think that that was a military event. But, well, moving on, a Nigerian presidential aspirant has reviewed the untold stories of the oil-rich Bakassi Peninsula in Indian County being the richest point in the world. He said that Bakassi Peninsula belonged to Cameroon in 1939. Three known oil wells span the frontier in the Bakassi local government area in Indian County. But then, the Vice President of the Federal Republic of Ambazonia told us here on Undaunted on Thursday that that particular territory belonged to the southern Cameroon's Ambazonia.
And now also, This week, we got a breaking news that is still on the developing side. Well, that a very terrible ghastly motor accident occurred on the evenings of December 14th, 2022 at Musaka Boya local government area, Fako County. The story says that the accident occurred at a spot where the colonial La République du Cameroon's dirt disposal company with French acronym HISACAM entered the refuse. There is a video here of that accident we brought to you.
Accident. Accident in Lusaka. I played a bond of tea. Now motor this under camion. Look am. It go boya. Sorry, mommy. It go boya. Because of this smoke. Look at see na people in that. Na people in that. The man face that under motor. See the motor twist the boss markets. Now in that because of this smoke. Listen. Another woman this. Another woman this. Down. Don't die. Oh. Another married if a mom to fall. That accident. Try see smoke. Look the smoke. You don't block road. No man no fit pass. We don't tie for here. Masakada play the bond of sea. Exactly the bond of sea. Serious accident. Like that, see smoke when you come out.
Well, this week on Undaunted, we also told you that a former Ambazonian combatant resident at the Boya DDR Center, Clovis, is now in pain following beatings his colleagues meted on him on Monday night, December 12, 2022. Well, they accuse him of using them for his selfish aims, lies, telling, and instigating violence. They also accuse him of plotting their downfall by alleging that some are thieves and should be arrested. Well, Clovis is an ex-fighter who has chosen to dine with the enemy by sabotaging the fight for liberation. He is not only betraying the foot soldiers of Ambazonia, he is equally selling Ambazonians to La République du Cameroon. Well, that's all we've got for you for the Undaunted Weekly Recap. Right after the break, we'll bring you the news stories for today.
We the people, ABC Amba TV, Ambazonia Broadcasting Corporation. The voice of the voiceless, the voice of Ambazonia, connecting the world from Africa with untold stories, Africa's best.
All right, for the new report for today, we'll start with this particular report that says that La République du Cameroon abandons the phone Yakum Kelvin Touvé to himself. Well, you would want to ask yourself, in a war situation like the ongoing war in southern Cameroon, any action or move that will push your opponent to the wall and make you win more ground is what taken, right? Well, by the way, the exchange of prisoners in a normal gentleman's statement between two nations recently, it happened between Russia and the United States of America. It shouldn't be a taboo between southern Cameroon and neighboring La République du Cameroon. While Amazonian fighter FM No PT is keeping the phone of Babalang under his custody. Well, La République du Cameroon is, on the other hand, having the mother and sister of No PT in detention. Well, in a video released about a month ago, the detained phone was pleading with his administrative superiors of La République du Cameroon, Paul Bier, to release the mother and sister of FM No PT for himself and for him to be released also. Well, since then, Paul Bier, nor any of the colonial administrators, they haven't made any statement to that regard. But does it mean that La République du Cameroon can only negotiate with Boko Haram terrorist group and not with southern Cameroons? Well, we want to find out why.
Now, members of the illegal Northwest Regional Assembly, NWRA, and the House of Chiefs, HOC, have lamented that they say is the continuous retention of the president of the HOC, who doubles as the vice president of the NWRA, and his name is Honorable Royal Majesty Yakum Kevin Tevwe. Well, he was arrested a year and a few days ago. meeting in Bamenda for the 9th session of the illegal Northwest Regional Assembly that kicked off on December 12, 2022, members decried what they also described as the incessant suffering of the people caused by the armed conflict ravaging lives in the region. They prayed for the rapid and safe liberation of Honorable Majesty Yakum, who is also the fon of Bambalang in Ngoketunja County, still in the hands of non-state armed groups for 12 months and some days now. They say, we decry the continuous retention of Honorable Royal Majesty Yakum Kevin Tevui, President of House Chiefs and Vice President of this Assembly. We have a glimmer of hope after viewing him in a video on social media. We pray for his rapid and safe liberation. Now, Honorable Fru Agwafo III said on behalf of members of the House in a video that emerged on the internet weeks ago, the traditional ruler said he was in the hands of General No Pity, a self-styled separatist general operating in the region. He said in the video clip that No Pity was ready to free him if members of his family arrested, that is, members of No Pity's family arrested by colonial government forces or released.
Well, there is no gainsay that a 6-year-old armed conflict in the southern Cameroon has continued to destroy lives and properties. Thousands have been killed, many are missing with many others behind bars. These according to human rights bodies. Well, shockingly enough, members of the illegal Northwest Regional Assembly and the House of Chiefs never, as a team, sent a motion to allow Republic to Cameroon ruler Paul Biya to release the family members of FM No Pity for one of theirs to be released as well.
Well, the question will be, does the life of this fon even matter to La République du Cameroon? Well, the proceedings of the stories will tell, and we'll bring you the updates to the story. And I want to our next paper for today. The Illegal Womb Council voted more than 900 million as 2023 budget. Now, it is a routine that at the end of every financial year, projections are made for the upcoming, with budgeting taking the center stage. It is equally an opportunity to justify expenditures on the different budgets heads, especially within the local government area authorities. The Womb local government area, under the mandate of in-house slave mayor Digambong Anthony, has voted as budget for 2023 998.500 million francs CFA. That is approximately a billion francs CFA. And what is it that the 2022 budget was used for in the first place? And was there even the possibility to do anything with the prevailing conflict?
Well, Womb Local Government Council, under the leadership of the in-house slave mayor Digambong Anthony Mvo, has voted a budget of 998.500 million francs CFA for the 2023 financial year. This was during a council session December 5th, 2022. While addressing the councillors and other stakeholders at the session, the mayor announced that the budget was or is baptized the budget of local economic development and youth empowerment. Well, the budget had priority project areas. Some of the projects envisaged within the project budget include purchase of artifacts for the Womb Local Government Museum, construction of a block of 2 classrooms at GSEO, construction of a block of 2 classrooms at GS Tessan Days, construction of a block of 2 classrooms at GS Quaim, supply of 180 benches, 6 tables and 6 chairs to GS Nquaim, Tekan Days and EO, construction of a rest house and a restaurant, construction of a 32 market sheds in the Womb main market, construction of a box culvert linking the Kendes and the Kefwa in the Kezo village, construction of an open space workshop for the manufacturing of compressed earth bricks, construction of a bridge over the River Mwang to GSEO in Nikon. Well, it also reads of the rehabilitation and extension of Bangui water supply scheme, installation of solar street lights in some main streets in Womb urban space, construction of a bridge over River Kebwem of Zonkago overside.
It also continues to read rehabilitation of 7-kilometer road from GTHS Womb Junction to Temkebwaga in Naikom, supports to 3 common initiative groups, supply of equipment to vulnerable persons, purchase of a power tiller for the council, reforestation of the Womb Council forest, rehabilitation of the Womb Town Hall, creation of a council farm for poultry, piggery, plantain and fish ponds, construction of a farmhouse, organization of a peace and unity tournament, supports to persons living with disability, opening of gutters from CPDM Secretariat to Lake Nyos Hotel, demarcation and matriculation of Womb Council land, dump site and cemetery, supply of farm tools to women groups, and installation of solar lights in the Bull Health Center. To achieve the projects, the mayor called on councillors to be devoted from the above. It depicts that the impact we are going to create within our municipality for the year 2023, but that also demands our concerted efforts and spirit of building together. I have confidence in all of you, and I know for certain that we are going to make it big time on the realization of our projects and plan of action come December 2023. This is what the mayor said. But then I wonder why he has confidence, and then when he hasn't seen anything like this done before in the history of La Republic du Cameroon's authority. Well, members at the session also reflected on sporadic unrest that often destabilize in the municipality. They all took the commitment to continue working for peace.
Well, the council session also featured a Cleanliness Prize award. Well, 3 neighborhoods evaluated for cleanliness received prizes. The first prize to Kesu, 100,000 francs CFA, second to Windo, 50,000 francs CFA, and third to Zongofu, 25,000 francs. Well, paradoxically, the session never considered what must be done for peace to return to the restive Menchum County, in particular with the current conflicts and again a plague with farmers, graziers conflicts. Enumerating all the lofty projects are good, but how can the project be executed without a ceasefire for the return to normalcy?
All right, that's about it for that story. And most importantly, we have one even working again, else sanctions. Now, this is a threat coming from the Senior Divisional Officer for Coupe. The Colonial La Republic du Cameroon Senior Divisional Officer for Coupe, Mwanenguba County KMC, Mungambo Ekema William, has warned fellow colonial divisional delegates and chief of services in the county to leave and work in Bangam without excuses. Undaunted has learned that Mungambo made the declaration on the 14th of December 2022 during the end-of-year coordination meeting with colonial divisional officers, mayors, divisional delegates, and chief of services, Coupe Mwanenguba of Coupe Mwanenguba County, that took place in Bangam local government area. Now, quoting the colonial SDO, he said, "What stops you from living in Bangam? I want to see you every day in Bangam. If you want transfer, tell us. We shall facilitate your transfer." This was said in a roaring tone.
Well, the colonial SDO intimated that some delegates don't even enter their offices for months, but hang the national flag on their wards to prove that they are present at work. He said that it gross disrespect to the colonial La Republic du Cameroon regime. The colonial Mongabo added that the colonial La Republic du Cameroon national flag must be flying high on a pole in front of colonial offices and not on wards. Well, the colonial SDO frowned at some delegates who failed to report their collaborators who have abandoned work because of the Ambazonia Liberation War. He said this shows that they are accomplices. While the colonial Mungabo added that in 2023, unannounced visits shall be carried out and absentee delegates will be sanctioned.
Well, the La Republic du Cameroon colonial administrative boss reminded his collaborators that Bangam local government area is peaceful and their continuous presence helps to boom economic activities in the town. The colonial SDO paradoxically acknowledged that delegates are working in a difficult terrain, some without offices, staff, and vehicles, which are signs of a failed colonial regime in Yaoundé. He, however, urged them to work sacrificially because one day they should reap the reward. Well, for close to 6 hours, the colonial La République du Cameroon delegates presented reports of activities in their various services, challenges faced, and possible solutions. The host colonial mayor of Bangam Council, Ekungwe Kang Christopher, said he was privileged to attend the meeting and promised to work with the colonial La République du Cameroon colleagues in 2023 for better results for the council.
As a recommendation, the La Republic du Cameroon Colonial SDO told the Colonial Divisional Delegate of Public Works, Shureni, to follow up contracts, especially road infrastructures within the county. Most especially, he mentioned the convention between the Colonial La Republic du Cameroon government and the Soweda on the Kumba Tombel Liom Road, and equally commissioned the Colonial Divisional Delegate of Urban Development and Housing, Takang Orok Eube, to follow up the tarring of 2.5-meter road in Tambel and constantly report on the difficulties. And well, this is a breaking news. Well, this is a breaking but a disturbing news. Undaunted has got some information and videos from Pian. Pian is a village in Soundtown local government area, Mazam County, Midland region. Well, information gathered says the colonial military got into the community, burnt houses, looted from inhabitants, including women.
Well, an eyewitness who was at the scene of the incident wondered if the burning of house is better than the dialogue the Southern Cameroons are asking for. Victims are seen with huge fire burns over other parts of their bodies. Well, here's a video. See for yourself.
Okay. By Panya, this when they say military, they know it's still burn house. The house is the military, they don't come burn. And today Saturday, yes, today Monday, when they don't come burn house again for Baipanya, and the house in this. Yes. So then they don't enter thief people that think they carry mimbo, carry even money for some woman the inside house. And the house is in this. They say military then they want send me the dialogue. Now the dialogue this when they want them. Yes, now the house in this. Okay. Yes. Okay. Oh. And I see 2 minutes today. Yes. Yes. I this. Okay. I this one I see also for Baipanya. Yeah. Okay. Yeah. Okay. Oh. Baipanya.
Ça, c'est la fureur de la communauté Mbororo qui vient de mettre le feu sur ce père. Nous sommes arrivés avec beaucoup de retard, nous n'avons pas pu intervenir à temps. Il a été brûlé, comme vous le voyez. Ça se dégrade ici. Hein.
And this is why this person who took this video and made his part of the story, who said what he knew about this incident, asked if this was the dialogue they promised. They keep saying they want a dialogue, they want to do backdoor dialogues, and unfortunately, this is what they eventually do.
All right, and of course, you know that the Undaunted Weekly Recap will never be complete without the exclusive interview section. All right, today for the interview, we have Barrister Tim Bass here. We have Barrister Ghana Valentine. We also have Barrister Fu Johnso here. All right, we're going to talk about a whole lot. Update of the indictment and the way forward, as well as the President's address to the US-Africa Leaders Summit, a landmark. Well, I'm sure that our news director, Mr. Tao Paddy King, is also here in the studio. Good evening, Mr. Tao.
Good evening, Onye. Thank you for the brief recap of the week. I think it gives us a foundation to start with, and we will just start the discussion immediately with the last report you have happening, just coming in from Pinyin. the same government claiming that they would want dialogue or national dialogue or whatever, we see them actually doing that is a scotch-ed policy to annihilate a people. It happens every day. It's either the military is doing it or they're exciting the Bororos to do so same. Well, we are still hoping to connect with Barrister Ghana. We've had Barrister Tim Bisea and Barrister Fujon so waiting for a while. And I would like to say welcome, gentlemen, for this important discussion. Good evening and welcome. Thank you for joining.
Thank you, Patty. Thank you for inviting us once more.
The Barrister team, good evening.
Yeah, thank you very much again. Once more, we're here. We will be a fruitful discussion. Thank you.
Yes, there's a lot we're going to have, and I'm happy you said it's going to be a fruitful discussion. I'm calling on those who are watching us on Facebook and on YouTube to share and share. We're just in a debut. I hope before the discussion closes, we'll be having Barrister Ghana Valentine to be a part of us. But this is where we have to start. And it all happens at a time when we need such videos. We praying that videos like that should emanate from the home front, but no, it shows why we have picked up arms. Barrister team, let me begin with you on that. You watch that. It's just coming in from Pinyin, and you also have the Bororos roasting people. It's not something that started today. Before the first Ambazonian had an arm, we've had our people baked like fish on a daily basis. Yeah, how do you feel watching such a video, Barrister team?
No, a point of correction. That is not coming from Pinyin. It's by Panya. By Panya is in by Panya is in Meme.
It's in Meme, okay.
So it's not from Pinyin. So okay. What I think is there's nothing new about it. It's just a continuation of what has been going on. They've been burning houses. They've been killing people since 2017. So if there is anybody to learn anything out of it, there are the people who are apologizing, who are thinking that a new era has come when they will make peace with them. No? You cannot drink beer in Douala, Kumba, Boya, Bamenda, and kill women and children in Baipanya or any other village. After all, 90% of our people live in villages. If the burning of villages continues after 5 years, what lesson has the Republic learned? They have learned nothing other than destruction. What are we, our boys and girls, who are now jumping up and down, talking of a new day? What is a new day there? What's the difference between Pinyin 2017, 2016, and Bapanya 2022? Absolutely no difference. So I think it's a repetition of what has been going on. If anything at all, it only serves those people who believe stupidly or erroneously that something better is coming. Now, nothing is better than before is coming. Instead, what the days ahead are pregnant with more severe things coming. That's my take.
Now, when you say the days ahead are pregnant with more severe things coming, I'm wondering, are you saying on our people or on the other side? You're going to react to that. But first of all, Barrister Fru, you're among those who are compiling this evidence to present at any level. As it stands every day, Ambazonia needs this data like more than ever before, either to defend our brothers that have been indicted or the ICCC. How do you feel? It's not like we're praying to have evidence where our people are being victimized, but that's just the reality. Please.
Well, Ade, thank you very much. That is the reality we have been living for the past 6 years, like my colleague said. You see how our people have been burnt. You see how our villages have been burnt. La Republique Cameroon has decided to unleash all kinds of atrocities against our people. Well, it is our role to fight and defend our people. How long will this continue? I think the last statement made by my colleague is very pregnant. The days ahead will tell who owns the land. They think that they can just do what they like and come to Washington with their expired power and believe that they can talk to the world as one of the nations in the world, and the world is watching what is happening in our territory, perpetrated by the forces of La République du Cameroon, led by the genocidaire Paul Biya, who happens to be in Washington or had been in Washington and been wine and dined. I don't know how much wine can he drink, whether he still has his faculties or what is he doing here. It's a story for another day. But the world has seen what has happened and continues to happen to our people. We are taking note. We have a very well developed library run by our brother Dr. Atingong, and he is taking note. I'm sure he's taking those pictures and codifying them for our eventual use. If the world will like, or will invite us to the trial of Paul Biya and his people. Thank you very much, buddy.
I think you most probably would have answered a part of the question I was just asking Barrister Tim when he says that the days ahead will be darker and more fierce. It's a concern which everybody would want to, like, what do you mean? Are you saying that we're going to see this kind of videos coming in more, with our people being victims, or we are going to respond proportionately? Whichever way, there are chances that we could have our people being, or the civilian population affected drastically. Varsity.
I think two things to take care here. You see, the last clip you showed us brought three items out there, which I would like to start with. What you saw in Bayapanya was one. And somewhere, was it somewhere in Menchum, this Mburu community, where a pa is burnt almost to ashes, is being taken out of his terrible state. And the military guy comes and says, well, we arrived too late. We could not do anything to help this guy. That's one clip I saw. Then another clip was the so-called installation of the Fund of Mancom, which looked like a military event. Now, those three events, she take me, my remarks to our brothers and sisters who believe that the government is there and is doing enough for them. Their life is normal under this so-called government. For the past several years, we've heard about this struggle, the fight between the Bororos and whatever community over there. People have been killed, houses have been burnt. But what we have not seen is what action government has taken to stop it. They have not even prosecuted anybody from the Bororo community for doing those heinous things. And so they are acting on behalf of the government. The government is not bringing any order to it. And then they come and burn people's houses, burn that OPA almost to death. And the military says, well, we came too late to do anything. They came too late, yes. But where were the military? Look at that, just juxtapose that situation. What is going on in Mancom with 2-3 battalions of soldiers policing a peaceful installation of a chief? What was the danger? What was the risk in the front of Mancom's palace that would require that military force? That would not have necessitated the defending of the poor people from the government-sponsored Bororo killers. These are questions that we must ask ourselves. Then, to your question, we shall respond with whatever we have. I cannot right now tell you that we're going to respond more appropriately or less appropriately. No. Like before, whatever comes our way, we shall use it to defend ourselves, to defend our property, and to defend our own children. If that means being worse than they are, so be it. But again, they are pregnant, their days are pregnant ahead. If in 2023 you still see people being burnt by the Bororos without any government action taking place there, no reaction. It is a duty of government everywhere in the world, whoever calls itself government, to ensure the security of the population. If they are not ensuring the security of these poor victims in the hands of the Bororos, then what government is there? If they can spend all their time securing the palace of the son of Mancon, who coincidentally his father was the chair or the vice chair of the CPDM. If they can do all that, spend all that money, which is the taxpayers' money, and leave the people somewhere else to perish, then something is wrong somewhere. Not with us, but with those of us who think that life is returning to normal. There's no normalcy in Manfe, in Kumba, in Victoria, when there's no normalcy in Bamenda, when there's no normalcy in Du or somewhere else. So let us start pretending. Our brothers and sisters that I'm addressing this thing to them, I think in one of my classes I say, who's your neighbor? Your neighbor is anybody where your action influences the person. If your cooperation with the government hurts the people of Ndu, hurts the people of Bangam, hurts the people of wherever, they are your neighbor. You should feel for them. And so the days again ahead are pregnant, given what government is doing now. They are doubling down 10 times more than what they were doing in 2017. At one moment, they seem to have been taken aback. They have come back and recalibrated, and they have come back stronger than they were, more vicious than they were before, doing things that have never been done before in any other war. So that's my take. Like it or not, the days ahead are pregnant.
But then, Barrister Fu, from what Barrister Tim is saying, we should not be surprised of the colonial administration's behavior, because it's simply an opportunity for them to execute a strategy they have executed and succeeded for over 6 decades. They divide to conquer. They created what I call the Northwest-Southwest dichotomy. And even as we try to unite ourselves to fight this battle, we cannot deny the fact that they have succeeded a great deal in that. For the very first time, we came very close in 2017 when we had Agbobala as leader, or 2016 as leader of consortium, and subsequently Sisiko for the governing council, proving to them what they thought we cannot do. So is the behavior of the colonial administration a surprise to you, Barrister Flo? Vis-a-vis the things that are happening to the Bororos?
Yes, Paddy, I am very ashamed because you and I were born in Mancon. Well, I wasn't born in Mancon, but I'm from Mancon.
Yeah.
Paddy, you know Mancon just like I do. You know that my aid to the front of Mancon's palace is less than half a kilometer. The whole of my aid was roasted down to ashes by the colonial La Republique forces. And for the fun of Mancon to invite a contingent of military people to come and carry out a parade in that same palace, which is less than 500, about half a kilometer from where they did the burning. It just shows you adequately that we have two types of enemies. La Republique du Cameroon being our primary enemy, and the internal enemies who are our enablers, who are enabling La Republique du Cameroon to commit these atrocities on us. How would in the history of Mancon, we have never had what we call Nikwi presided over by a military parade. Where on earth has a traditional right been overtaken by the military, except in a village I call my own, Mancon. I mean, I cannot believe that a newly installed fund of Mancon will invite a contingent of the Cameroon military to come and conduct a parade less than half a kilometer from where they burned down the whole village, that whole part of the village, from my 7 through my 8 down near the Furnace Palace was roasted down by this same military. If that is not an enemy within, what do you call it? And listen, buddy, my colleague has said it all. We are going to respond, and we will respond forcefully. If that military parade was meant to coincide with the visit of their ailing president in Washington, to show that normalcy has returned to Bamenda, then they have a wrong one coming. Because Bororos have been instrumented by the government forces, by La République du Cameroon forces, who are prepared to support them in anything involving destruction of our people's crops by cattle raid by the Bororos. And in doing that, they burned down a village and burned our people inside. You saw the man that was roasted like a fish by the Bororos, and the military was pretending to be apologizing that they came late. What would they have done if they were part of the boiling of the burning? They protected the Bororos to do what they did. But they will never tell you. They say, we came late. You would have done what? And who came late in Mancon when you roasted all of my 7 and my 8 going towards the front of Mancon's palace, where you are now conducting a military parade, bringing battalions to line up in Mancon, in the land of my birth? It is disheartening. It is disheartening because my ancestors come from there. I'm a Mancon man. And I tell you, Paddy, I don't know where our restoration forces were to allow that parade to be so well organized the way it was. That is, if we have any restoration forces anywhere around Mancon, I am flabbergasted. And before that, the man invited a general of Mancon origin called General Lion and slaughtered him. Get to the Republic of Cameroon to slaughter him, buddy.
Yeah.
And this is happening just when there is the African summit, African US summit in Washington. We will respond, and we will respond forcefully. Like my colleague said, those are not things we talk about. We will respond. I don't care what happens, but in responding, we will do everything to protect our populations. But we will respond, especially the enemies within and the enemy without should be taken on the same as the same enemy and treated as such.
You see, the reason why I get excited when statesmen of authority within the interim government, and you have to talk like this, it gives some hope to those who cannot speak. But I think the biggest problem, that's from my vantage point, the biggest problem we are having now as a people is the fact that a lot of us are still relating to our freedom from an emotional perspective, not from a rational perspective. We're more attached to traditions. We are withholding traditions more than our freedom. Because by Barrister Tim, I want you to react to this. In my opinion, fandoms, the way they are today, failing their people. It has happened with Mancon. It's happened with Babisi. It's happening with Windsor. In fact, at least 70% of chiefdoms and fandoms are enablers or colonial facilitators and contractors. Most of them have shamelessly taken their stand. And I'm asking to my generation, you are the people leaving us and canceling us. Must we maintain these fandoms and chiefdoms the way they are? This is a debate which I notice a lot of people are avoiding, and I want to promote it. Must we have these fandoms and chiefdom? Must we bequeath to people authority and then they use it against us to this extent? If we really want change, must we? Barrister Tim, please.
Let me just say this. What you see going on is what has become of us as a people the past half century when we purportedly joined the Republic of Cameroon. And go for the second who died, see the second or first, who just died. I'm not sure that when he was enthroned, there was even a policeman in his palace for that enthronement decades back. There was none. And so the new son, like most other parts, have in fact been bought with money and positions. What is he hoping to achieve? He's hoping to succeed his father as the chairman of the CPDM, or president or chairman or whatever thing they call that thing. That title does not go for nothing. It goes with so much money that is pumped into those institutions, which was never the case years back in our own time. Okay, this week again, we saw these things holding in Bamanda, calling it the Northwest House of Chiefs. They are holding it without their president, who happens to be a chief or a founder, whatever thing you call him there, who's in captivity. And so they are prepared to go ahead, provided they're going to pay the per diems. Shall we retain this sort of thing going forward in the future Ambazonia? I'm not sure. I cannot say what it will be. But one thing I'm sure that shall remain is that when we have institutions like that, they shall be free from government interference. Back to the events that we were talking before this. In French, there's something they say déjà vu. We've already seen this before. So you see what is going on there in the past events that we've just mentioned. It's the déjà vu. It's not coincidental. See, given what has been going on in Du between the Bororos and the community, one would imagine that there should be one of the most equipped government military base right there. But like the Javu, like in Manfe, in Bisonbang, they can go and burn the hospital half a kilometer away, and the military is sitting there, they do nothing. They can go and burn Jang College half a kilometer away, and the military, which is so equipped in Manfe airport, does not shake. It's the Javu. They let these things, they operate these things and pretend that they don't know what is going on. Now, they will not happen like that forever. What I can say, especially to these so-called fronts and chiefs, the new generation of fronts and chiefs are younger people. I'm not sure that many of them are older than me. But what your parents bequeath to you, I can assure you that you are destroying it, and you're not going to go free. You're not going to go free. That's not what you inherited from your father. If Angwa manipulated himself to remain in power forever, even as the chairman of the CPDM, at the very least, he did not bring people to kill his own people. He didn't bring the military to kill his own people who pretended. That is just not the right thing to do. Even though he sat there, his eyes open, I'm sure that the place they call Pinyin belongs also to Mezam Division. where they massacred children, put them in pickup trucks and tell them they're goats and pigs. And these people did nothing. Shall this institution survive? Yes, but it's going to survive very, very much reformed. We have learned from this nonsense. We're not going to allow it continue. God willing, if we are alive for us to cross the red line, that will not happen. That will never, I can guarantee you. The eyes of the world are open. Those people who are being killed, they are the children of others. They are the children of Mancon people. They are their wives. They are their husbands. And so the fun, you only have so much limited time to enjoy. Not all the time. Thank you very much.
Mr. Team, I like the words you have employed. I happen to do in an undergraduate, I did anthropology, and it's difficult for people to leave tradition because tradition, the simplest way is a belief that is historical and that people, most of it is not verified. If you look at the getting into the 4 decades that have existed, what you call the forums today has no similarity to what we've seen. We grew up knowing that Mbe cannot greet a, but a few days ago, this same individual, his father would greet a Shandabia, a Bulu girl that was a club girl, a call girl. You see, let's say it the way it is. And if they can choose to defy the value of what the people gave them, then the people should think differently. I'm pushing this agenda because from my Christian perspective, the Bible says that we must not stick with the traditions, the rudiments, and the philosophy of the men of this world. It's in Colossians chapter 2 from verse 6. You can go and also read it if you're a Christian. So I think that there should be an overhaul of these things because the biggest challenge that Frundi faced in the 90s came from the family of the Anguafos. Anguafo and family and every related Anguafo created the biggest challenge that Frundi faced in Bamenda. Today, we have seen again a fund with a lot of audacity calling a son of the soil someone that he is mandated by the Quivo to protect. He calls him and invites aliens from Bulu, hands a son. And I want to paint the picture the way it is. He hands him over to be slaughtered. Why? Because this guy has chosen to respect our historicity and legality as a people. That is so unfortunate, Barrister Fro.
Yeah, but let me tell you something about the Mancon tradition. This young man who has just been made fun has his first outing, he has blood in his hands. And blood of a Mancon man in his hands. No fun in Mancon ever survived with blood in his hands. Let's wait and see how far he is going to go. We have had more than 20-something funds, and there are some that have not lasted for a while because of things like this. A fund is supposed to protect the people that is called upon to rule and not to hand them over to be slaughtered without justice. In that very palace, you have a team of people who judge small conflicts in the village. When the conflicts are not criminal, they are judged and the fund authorizes them to judge and settle little conflicts among citizens so that citizens can live in peace. But hey, the same fund plans and execute a young man of Mancon origin because he wants to bring in a contingent of forces. He had already had forces. For the first time, soldiers are sleeping in the Mancon Palace, for heaven's sake. Like Barrister Tim said, when Angwafo III was being crowned in 1958, I was not there. But I heard that you could not find a single policeman even 1 kilometer away from that palace. There was no protection, no, there was nothing. It was a pure traditional event. Unless it deteriorated like it did in Bafut, and the forces of law and order are called upon to come and maintain peace and not to come and kill the people. Bafut turns out now to be the best fondom in Bamenda Metropoli. When I mean Metropoli, I mean Bamenda and the councils around it. Because the fund of Bafut protects his people. But hey, a young man who is not up to 6 months sitting on the throne in Mancon has already slaughtered a Mancon son.
Unapologetically.
No, there's blood in his hands. And as an older Mancon man, I say he will pay. Because no Mancon fund survived with the blood of a citizen in his hands. I am not saying this. I'm saying this based on what I know about the tradition of my people. Listen, he can bring all the army he wants to bring in the Mancon Palace. If you look at those pictures, you would have noticed that the population of Mancon was absent.
Yes.
That is how they will stay away from him until the Quifor knows what to do with him. Because it's unbearable. It's unbearable.
The question you would want to ask is, what is he afraid of? The video you watch was evidence of two things. Evidence of the fact that of his alliance with the colonizers against his people. Evidence of the fear that he knows he's a criminal. He has defied his own office. And like you rightfully said, he has blood in his hands. Unfortunately, he will go down history as the one who rather slaughters his own people to install the Franco-Bulu hegemony. That is bad enough. And is it that he is ignorant? He's an educated person. I understand he's a teacher. Therefore, even though a lot of teachers in Cameroon are dull, they have not read even the history, and they have chosen not to do it, but at least the emancipation of our nation for the past 6 years should have helped some people to redress their steps, taking their stands and utterances. His father, who actually knew the history, because if you listen to some of the interviews for Nangwafo, the late Ford, he understood the southern Cameroons and the history because he studied in Nigeria and he knew what happened, but he was corrupt. But at least he, at a particular point, called out Cameroon and told them some of the mistakes they are making. Again, his interest superseded his intellectual capacity. Now the son should have at least heard the father and should have at least heard the people. For him to have made this decision is not just a defiance of the cultural values he's supposed to uphold. I also think it's a stand he has taken against our movement. Categorically, while we are waiting to reform, like you've said, Barrister Tim, What actions do you propose as a people we could take towards such moves or against or as a reaction to such, please?
Now, it's very, very difficult to put out a common stand at this stage. See, what the fund of Mancon is trying to do is trying to preserve what they call the key, what his father has left behind for him. It is not the same thing anywhere. Just 6 months, even up to 6 months ago, when they installed Ndele as the chief of Boya. In ranks by the government, Ndele is a first-class chief. Jelek Ngwafo is a first-class firm over there. They have the same status. And let it be on record, the military, the government, does not come into any palace unless invited by the king, by the man on the throne. They don't walk into your palace. Just like schools. The military does not invade a university, a school campus, without the invitation of the principal. So that young man is trying to think that, well, my father was the vice president of the CPDM. The CPDM is the most powerful thing in this country. As I've said, those positions don't go for nothing. They go with money. It's not that he didn't know. He knows all those things. He knows those things probably more than a lot of us.
What you're saying, Barrister Bisea, I'm not contradicting you or interrupting you, is paper, not reality. In Cameroon, the military invades hospitals, invades schools, loot
school. The military does not invade. The military does not invade schools. Schools, which I can give an example. For example, this crisis started from the University of Boya.
But they do it.
Now, let me explain. This crisis started in the University of Boya.
Yeah.
The military came to that campus, invited by Nalova, who was the rector. There are other universities in Cameroon. You invite them, they come, and they do what they want. Even in the palaces that have been invaded, that I know, without the authority of the fund itself is on the run. For example, they came to the BLM, they burned the fund of Fontaine's palace. We saw them on video. That guy has never gone back to that palace. So if they do that, the palace becomes empty. But you cannot invite them to come and protect you, exercise traditional authority. If you do that, as Mr. Anso says, you are offending the gods of the palace. And something will happen to you, culturally, traditionally, which is not the same all over Ambazonia. What will happen to the front of Bankon if we violate the tradition? It's not the same thing that might happen to the front of Nso, or Chief Ndele Mboya, or Chief Banja of somewhere in Kumba. Now, those traditions vary, but they have the same consequences. And so, as a government, I don't know that what we can lay down right now in advance. But what I know is that a future Ambazonian government is going to come out with fine lines on how to deal with those people, for the ones that will survive. And so, one of the things that will be done, which I'm sure will be done, is take the chiefs, these people with traditional authority, out of money-paying positions. Take it out of you. I remember I saw somebody in the house of Chimba when they go and talk where the phone of Bambalam. Yakum Tok was the governor. He was a people, he became a governor. But when he retired and went home and became phone, he was found. He not so made it into politics anymore. And so those things have to be respected. And so right now, I think something consequential is going to happen. If the people of Mancon, as Mr. So says, boycott the palace, boycott the institution, that's the first consequence. You are a chief because people come and surround you. You are a fund because they listen to you, they come to your place. But if you are not being given that respect, it ceases to be a fund. We saw that fund where it was found away, who was taken into custody by the restoration forces, pleading, I'm in captivity. Where else do you find a chief in captivity? We saw the fund of Nso when he was arrested on a journey to become a member of the House of Chiefs. You saw him pleading. You've lost every credibility as a fund when the common man lay hands on you. You are untouchable by the tradition. Once they start to lay the common hands on you, you've lost what you have as a protection. That's what I can say.
You see, the ridicule does not start and end at the level of a phone. It's a network of ridicule nationwide. I'm sure some of you would have seen this video, and I would say this particular video, it tells it all. I want us to move into another thing, and something else, and that's why I'm bringing this video. Let's watch it. I like the person who has actually transcribed and explained everything that is in this. Just watch.
It is my honor now to present to you President Paul Biya, President of Cameroon. So he is making his way up here right now. So thank you.
Pourquoi je suis en vedette? Ici. C'est qui tous ces gens qui sont là? Pourquoi je n'ai pas demandé ça? Est-ce qu'il y a des gens importants là?
Les ministres qui sont là. Le président Kagame a parlé, il est parti. C'est vous qui parlez. Vous avez votre micro. Vous commencez. On vous a déjà introduit. Le monsieur vous a introduit. Il y avait un monsieur debout qui vous a introduit.
Je dois parler maintenant.
Vous restez assis. Parlez assis. Vous pouvez parler assis, étant assis.
Ici?
Oui.
Pourquoi? C'est moi. Il n'y a personne pour conduire les travaux. C'est ici.
Buddy. Can we react?
Go ahead, the voice. I want to hear what you say before.
Listen, Paddy. Listen, Paddy. This Africa US-African summit is the best thing that happened to Ambazonia. First, La Republic of Cameroon has been ridiculed to the point where I don't know. It's a failed state with an ailing old man who does not even know where he is. Why would any country in Africa? It's a disgrace to not only to Cameroonian citizens but to all of Africa. To have a man like this come to an international stage and disgrace the whole continent. It's like so many million Cameroonians. There's nobody there qualified.
We actually saw him farting. He was farting there.
Yes.
And you know, there's a level when you get too old, and even your body smells. You know, from every indication, sputum is coming out from his mouth. And vedette. He's confused. He doesn't know what to do.
No,
You
he
can
doesn't
actually
know where he is.
Paddy,
He does not know where he is. He is not aware of where he is. There are two major events that have characterized this summit. The first, most important one is the president's speech, the president of the Federal Republic of Ambazonia speech, which has gone viral on the African continent. And the third is the ridicule of La République du Cameroon on the central stage, on the world stages, ridiculing and consequently ridiculing all of Africa. It's sad. Where are Cameroonians going? Where are they going to talk among their Ivorian friends or Guinean friends or God knows what? Thank God we are no longer part of that regime.
That's shame.
It's simple. But as Africans, we are bearing the shame. Because it is rather unfortunate. It's unfortunate. It's unfortunate. Thank God we have a president of the Federal Republic of Ambazonia who has the foresight to have made that soul-searching speech on the world stage during this US-Africa summit.
Before we even get to the speech, what I want us to look at, Barrister Mbisea, is the maintenance of these rotting bananas on stage as president. I want us to look at the evil that is befalling Africa as we speak, and the Franco Cameroon. Barrister Mbisea, please.
I think there are a few things to take from there. Give Paul Biya, I give him credit for what he did. What credit do I give him? Listen to me carefully. That's what we call in French, in English, this is who I know. Paul Biya uncensored. He was not pretending. He was not to old instruction. He was saying he was behaving exactly who he is. That's a fact. Nobody could edit it. Secondly, and this pressure comes first, I don't know, I'm not sure that this is so-called delegation, when they left Cameroon, they even knew where they were going to. They thought they were going to France. I don't know how many of them will come to the United States. Most of them came to see the United States for the first time, and they came to see story buildings. They did not understand how the system here works. Everything that you say is recorded live. There's no way you can censor it. And as Mr. Sot said, the truth is not an insult. The truth is that Paul Biya does not know where he is. He did not know where he was. If he knew that he was in a conference, for example, even in Yaoundé, that issue of asking, and why are there many people here who not have arisen? He didn't even know that he was sitting in a conference room. And so you bring this guy to represent part of Africa that Mr. Biden wants to deal with. The question that should go to Mr. Biden or the American administration is, what Africa are you negotiating with? The Africa of Paul Biya? The Africa of Buhari? The Africa of the South African leader, of Zambia, of Ghana? Which Africa is the Biden administration negotiating with? This is thing that they did not answer, and they have not answered. And for the Africans, overall, how this Africana woman, that woman who is the ambassador in Washington there, cry, oh, they didn't prepare this. They didn't prepare this. They didn't give us the agenda. Agenda for what? To who? For what? She still thinks, like many of us here, wrongly think that Africa is a country. Africa is a continent with 55 different countries, with different policy, with different trade policy, different tariffs, everything different. So you cannot talk to Africa as if you are talking to one country. They have nothing in common. What is African foreign policy? There's nothing called African foreign policy. Nigeria has one. Cameroon has one. China, Egypt has one. Everybody has their own. There's nothing called African Economic Front. No. If you ship a car from here to Nigeria, you pay different rates. You pay to Douala, you pay different rates. You ship to Mozambique, you pay different rates. So what is the common economic platform that they are trying to negotiate on? Zero. There's nothing like Africa. Africa is not a country. We talked of Europe because the Europeans have successfully established the European Union that has economic policies. They have foreign policy. They have defense policy as a common for the EU. Africa has nothing. And then, of course, to hear the madness, Mr. Pobia, Mr. Biden say, well, the people are looking for a position in the Security Council. They do what we did. All these African countries, including Cameroon, have 100 positions in the Security Council. What did they do with it? What did Cameroon do with it when they were in November of the 15th? What did Equatorial Guinea do with it? They have had all these positions. They were not able to do anything, so you give them a veto position to veto what? China vetoes its interest, if it is against its interest. The British veto it because they have a veto power, what is against the British interest? The French. So Africa will veto what? What is against France? Or what is against Britain? Or what is against China? So the whole thing is a sham. Again, that is probably uncensored. There's no changing from that thing. That thing has been recorded. It was not misinterpreted.
Uncensored, unscripted. He is pooping.
Yes. It's probably uncensored. And so
you see a typical Bulu,
a disgrace or not.
Primitive man, you see on vedette.
Yeah, there's a place in a place in the Penal Code of Cameroon, an article where you are punished criminally for tampering with a corpse. You tamper with the corpse, you are sanctioned. This man is a dead living man. That's the truth. He's dead. Even though you see him walking on his two legs, he's a dead man intellectually. He cannot contribute to anything meaningful in the world. That's the bare fact. It's not an insult. I'm sure that from that room, he went somewhere and they changed his diapers. That is expected. At 88, you wear diapers.
Listen, Barrister Pro, I like the fact that, and I don't want us to be distracted on that, Barrister Besea. I like the fact that you would question the United States rationale based on their invitees. And we will move further even with this discussion by questioning the United States proposal for this summit. But before that, you have a beer from Yaoundé maintained by France, furnished by France. That's an insult to Africa, that you would have an elegant, intelligent, handsome, young, vibrant leader in France who is leaving a legacy of maintaining corpses as presidents in Africa. And we have this is an Africa that is a ridicule for our generation, and we've got to have a big revolution, not just in Ambazonia, but in the entire Africa, where from Yaoundé you have a beer pooping on stage. In South Sudan, you have a leader peeing on camera. This is all happening about the same time. It's a shame. Barrister Fu, please. I know you can't wait to
Yeah,
speak.
listen, Paddy. I have a different view as to the outing of Ambassador Arikana on TikTok. She actually said African countries were invited to the United States without an agenda. They were invited to be given instructions or to be given what they think they want. and that is an insult to Africa. That's what she said. Now, coming back to what you just said, Paddy, I believe that America was on a fact-finding mission by inviting these people, because there is look, America wants the world to see these people that govern Africa. Look, America is in the process of developing an American policy on the continent of Africa, on all the countries in Africa. And in order to do that, they invite everybody except those who were suspended by the African Union. And of course, except those of us who don't have diplomatic missions in DC. Ambazonia does not have, Swaziland does not have, and Eritrea does not have. And I tell you, these old people and these corpses that are walking on the continent of Africa, America has brought them to show the world that these people are not even governed. And that brings me to a very important phrase used by the president of the Federal Republic of Ambazonia in his speech. America should stop leading from behind, because up to now, America has been leading behind France, what France is saying, what France is doing on the continent. Because according to the old policy of the United States and countries in Europe, there are people with spheres of influence, countries with spheres of influence. Like France has 14 African countries under its armpit. That will change. That's my view. I may be wrong. So he brought them to come and to show the world what kind of people that France has been able to produce on that continent. I tell you, that's why I call the speech of the president of the Federal Republic of Amazonia groundbreaking, because it has gone viral, and every African who listened to that speech or read that speech will see that France has done more harm on the continent than any other colonial powers.
You see, Barrister Fu, I'm trying to save the best for the last.
Yes.
We should not rush into the speech right now. There's so much for us to process and unveil about Biya pooping on stage, and farting on stage, and actually ridiculing his generation, his entire family on stage. And you have the man from South Sudan peeing on himself. You know that is, there's so much about that. But if we have to talk about all of that, we may end up just not using our airtime proportionately. Now, in this US-Africa summit, leaders summit, which I understand it was a business summit, Biden will propose a $15 billion US trade deal, and he says it's a two-way traffic.
Of course.
And one could hear 15 billion and will think that is something, but again, it's a ridicule. We must understand, Africa provides 1.4 billion in market cap globally. And from what Biden is proposing,
you mean 1.4 trillion? 1.4 trillion or billion?
1.4 billion in the market, and that is in current market cap. That's what Africa provides. Now, what Biden is suggesting for investing in the markets per country, he's suggesting only 30 million, whatever he proposed there. He's saying that of all African nations, you have just about 30 million, which is an insult. Am I blaming Biden? Perhaps, for undergrading. Now, what America has invested in Ukraine within a very short time is way more than 15 billion US dollars. You know, the Bible says that the desire, where your heart desire is, that where your giving will go. This telling. Can we learn from this? Pastor Tim, please.
We can learn if we understand the American politics.
Correct.
See, the American government, be it under Trump, under Biden, under whoever, acts for its own interest. Let us take it back a bit and see what is going on. We talk of sphere of influence. When Obama was in power, this Boko Haram thing came up. And the United States thought they could play a big role because they saw Boko Haram as a threat even to the ordinary citizen. They invested money, they invested equipment. Boko Haram was essentially in Nigeria. Then it transitioned to Cameroon, to Chad, to Mali. And then all those North African countries, which are all French speaking, even in terms of economics. France has more investment in Nigeria than in all Africa put together. It transitioned to Niger. And then the fight was no longer about Boko Haram. The United States intelligence realized that, how could we explain it? It has never been explained anywhere in the world that a group of terrorists who go into a school, adopt 300 children, put them in buses and trucks, modern, they have phones there and disappear. And the Nigerian government was able to catch even one man. There's something wrong with that. What did America do? They pulled back their support in that so-called Boko Haram thing and stopped. And so what they are doing now, what was going on there is not because they want to help Africa. No. They realize that they have left this thing called sphere of influence to France, and France is losing everything. Their greatest concern is the alliance some African countries are making with Russia.
Correct.
Their strategic enemy. That's where the whole thing is. So it says he's sending so much money. He invites these people. Let us take it back again. When you go to all these international conferences, there were 49 heads of state there. Not everybody took the stage to speak. You don't just sit like we say in the meeting and say, I'll get for talk, and they appoint you to go and speak. No. Your speaking is programmed way in advance because they presume that they know what you will say. You're going to say something strategic in them, to them. Not everybody spoke there. And so when
their framework.
Paul Biya's speech, though he was a dead man, was programmed to sell an idea of America being present somewhere in Africa to counter somewhere Russia. But it turned out to be what it is. And so 30 billion, 100 billion is not a problem with America. To whom are they giving this money? Surely they consider Cameroon an important part of it. What are they going to give to Cameroon? Are they going to give money for them to be the ring road? To be an industry? No.
But Barrister Messiah, America should have learned that you do not put a weapon in the hands of a dictator or resources, because Biya actually went there with an objective inspired by France to beg money. And we cannot put a blind eye on the fact that this year in the month of August, America announced a $3 billion commitment. They said that's the highest investment into Ukraine. So close to 10, you understand? That is what America has invested in Ukraine for the past 9 months. Close to 10 billion has been invested by America.
But if I finish my point, you would have understood that thing.
Okay, go ahead.
That point.
Yeah.
This is the point. America has invested 30 billion, 100 billion 1 trillion in Ukraine. It is not because they love Ukraine. No. But they have invested all that money, and what have you told Ukraine? We'll never send even a single soldier to come and fight with you. We'll give you the money. But no America is coming to fight with you. Fight your war alone. So they are investing that money essentially to counter Russia. The Ukraine Russian conflict did not start yesterday. Where was America when Russia annexed Crimea?
So are you saying that
Conducting a referendum
America
there?
is trying to tackle somehow
Yeah, so
Russia from Africa?
I was saying that they are giving money. They didn't come to beg money. They were called to come and take money. Not for development. They will give Paul Biya's own share of the money, Cameron's own share of the money. As I was trying to illustrate, do you expect this money to be used in digging the ring road, or making some water in Douala or Yaoundé? No. The money would filter into their pockets, provided that they do something that will counter Russia from coming to the sphere of influence of the Americans and the French. The French know that Biden is helping them. They didn't ask Biden to call the meeting. They didn't discuss the budget that he's sending to them with Biden. He simply said, okay, the meeting is over, but providing you.
Willing to speak. But Stafu
Yeah,
wants to
okay.
speak. I'm going to come back to you on this because you still have to say much on that. But Stafu, do you think that the Russia-Mali relationship could be one of the reasons why they were not invited?
No.
Oh,
No.
go ahead.
Now, listen, America did not give African countries 15 billion aid. No. Biden says it was a two-way traffic.
That's what I'm saying.
Yes. It is not aid. It is not money to buy weapons. It is not money to do whatever. It's for economic investments back and forth, all African countries and the United States trade missions. Listen, America, like I said before, America is on a pathfinding mission because they are threatened on the continent by Russia. Don't forget, Cameroon was invited more especially because he signed that military accord with Moscow. And secondly, because of the war in Ambazonia. And they could have sent a prime minister or somebody, but the United States wanted Biya himself, the architect of the war and the architect of that military accord with the Russians. Look, like the president said, if the United States does not stop leading from behind, before they open their eyes, the Russians would have entered the Gulf of Guinea. Through Cameroon, because Cameroon is very desperate right now. They are looking for where to pitch. The French have somehow given up on Cameroon, at least not all of it, but they have somehow given up. And the Russians are knocking at the door. And you don't expect Biden to sit and fold his arms while that happens. It invited Cameroon and did not invite Ambazonia. The Gulf of Guinea, all of it, all of the Gulf of Guinea is in Ambazonia. What does that tell you? First and foremost, that war must end through negotiation. Secondly, if you attempt to bring the Russians in, then we will react. Those are my words. I'm just trying to analyze that this visit vis-a-vis Cameroon to Washington on my own. Nobody has told me that. That's my opinion. Look, the Russians are a constant threat on the African continent. They have entered Mali. They have taken Central Africa. And one of the things I was going to find out, Paddy, is whether Central Africa was invited. I think it was. Because in spite of everything, it is still a member of the African Union. So the 49 countries that came included Central Africa, where the Russians are calling the shots. The French have lost Mali, and not only Mali, they have lost the gold that they have been getting from Mali to have their stockpile of gold in Paris. They have lost Burkina Faso because of all the minerals they have been getting from Burkina Faso to prop up their economy. And they are about to lose so many countries on the African continent. And the United States is not stupid to lead from behind. So that's why I call this visit, I call this summit a fact-finding mission. Because America is about to develop a policy on all the African continent, all the African countries. And that policy would be led by United States directly, not by leading from behind. The president hit the nail he hit it on the nail when he said, if America does not stop leading from behind before it opens its eyes, the Russians will be in the Gulf of Guinea. And you know, Paddy, the Gulf of Guinea, apart from the Middle East, is the second oil deposit in the world. And America cannot stand to lose that to the Russians. To make your point, Paddy, they did not invite Mali, and I'm sure they are regretting for having not invited Mali. They did not invite Mali, first, because the African Union has suspended Mali because of the coup, and second, they did not invite Burkina Faso because Burkina Faso has conducted a coup, and the African Union suspended them. But that doesn't mean America will not talk to Mali and Burkina Faso. No. They are trying to pacify the African Union by inviting these 49 of them and to do a fact-finding mission. And you saw the way some of these corpses displayed themselves on the world stage.
What is scandalous about the African Union is the fact that they will suspend a people who will choose to use maybe a coup, enhanced mostly by the imperialists, to overturn a dictator, and they will not suspend a leader who is committing genocide against a people supposedly his
Because their Russian interest, the fact that Russia is threatening to enter Cameroon is more important than the suspension of Mali and Burkina Faso.
Now I'm talking about the African Union here, which probably is one of the reasons that Biden gave as reason not inviting the states we just mentioned. So by the team, that's a concern. We have an African Union that has not made any official statement, or if they have made none that I know of, that carries the authority that it should against a dictator that is causing mayhem to a people he called his. That is an African Union we have here. I don't want us to spend more time or too much time on it so that we can go into the president's speech. But you see an African Union of stooges coming together, and I don't know if that house has any agenda or has any relevance when it comes to diplomacy.
Before I get there, let me explain something which may help us understand what Mr. Ansel is saying. On the contrary, yes. I don't think it was a fact-finding mission. No. U.S. mission, the U.S. missions around those countries know exactly what they want. Mm-hmm. Rather, I would think it was an instructional invitation. You can't give them instructions on what to do or what not to do.
Yeah.
They just get, for example, the amount of money that the Biden administration is pumping to Africa in the next 3 years. Well, it's not something they decided there. We don't know how much is going to which country. No, they were I agree with you. So Biden administration insisted wanted to see Paul Biya himself. He has to be here. And so he had to be
Yeah.
here. But something went unnoticed to us. I think on Wednesday or Thursday, the American embassy in Yaoundé put out a statement. A short statement that went unnoticed to us. What did they say? They repeated the crisis in the Northwest and Southwest are not going to be solved by military force. That's a diplomatic statement. When Paul Biya is in Yaoundé, in Washington, D.C., talking with Biden, when they see us reacting, oh no, we do not want to see this guy here. Then they put this reminder, we have reminded Yaoundé that you are not going to win that battle militarily. So what does it mean? Go back to the negotiation table. That statement seems to have passed unnoticed to us, Ambazonians. So it was not a fact-finding meeting, no. When they have the money that they have to put there, they say, okay, Mr. Paul Biya, you're here. We're sending so much to your country, to your government to do this. Mr. Whoever, we're giving you so much. They didn't show the distribution, but that's what they call them here for. They know what Mali is doing. They know what is what in Mali. They're not even so much interested in the gold and oil. They have enough oil here in the United States than we have in the Gulf of Guinea. They're interested in their strategic defense. America is not interested in importing minerals from Africa. Now, Africa is a very strategic zone militarily for them. And when they see Russia, they could not have invited Cameroon. They could not have invited those African countries, those French-speaking African countries, without the consent of France. Without a prior discussion with France, what will you do to Cameroon, Paul Biya? He's going to die. What shall we do to this regime? What shall we do to these Central African people who are signing up with this? They discussed it. That's why Macron was saying himself 2 weeks, a month or so before these guys came in. So he's very much in sync with what is going on. They were not finding out anything. They called them to give them instructions. Whether the instructions will hold or not is a different story. Okay. And then back to this caricature of a thing they call African Union. The African Union, yes, the African Union exists for purpose of perpetuating the individual powers of the countries who are there. The African Union was not conceived to do anything. There's no place in the African Union for them to go and make an economic union somewhere. Otherwise, you have Africa, you have UDAC, you have ECOWAS. They are so different. So they don't have any common defense policy. No. If you offend them, the clubs there, they will suspend you for making a coup and overthrowing their brother. And if you pacify them, they bring you back. So the African Union, to me, is not even a backing dog. They don't even back because they don't even have a voice to back. They're not even backing. Yes, because there's nobody, there's no threat.
They are just, it's a caricature.
They are pure caricature. I said this very clearly. I measure my words carefully. Of all the conflicts that have existed in Africa, the Ivory Coast, for example, Burundi, Rwanda, there was a United Nations peacekeeping force there. But before they even came, the African Union peacekeeping force was there. They did nothing. They simply disbanded when the United Nations came in. They were so underpaid, they were undernourished, that they were not worth the trouble. In the Ivory Coast, for example, the African Union peacekeeping force was led by South Africa contingent. There was no money there. I was in the UN on. There's no money. So the nonsense of African Union is just an empty dog without even teeth to back. It is nothing to worry anybody. Those of us, particularly in Ambazonia, the African Union has nothing to offer. They were not created to give independence to people who are not independent. What have they done? This is the African Union. They admitted the Western Sahara as a member. They admitted the Western Sahara as a member of the African Union. Morocco, who claimed to be a founding member, left. They don't know what to do with Morocco. Was Spanish Sahara invited into this African Union?
The fact is that, like I was just about saying before you brought in Morocco, They are not even respected by member states and regional, whatever you call, they call the regional faction. I give example, CEMAC. CEMAC does their things in defiance of whatever the African Union is doing. ECOWAS does their thing. East Africa, it's like, it's a caricature. Thank you for that word. I have to write it down and develop my thesis on it. It's just a mess of itself. It's a pure mess. And
So
this takes us now.
It's a place to go there and dine. Like I said about this woman, she was the ambassador of AU to Washington, D.C. What was her job description? What was she representing of the AU in D.C.? Foreign policy? Africa does not. The African Union does not have a foreign policy that she was defending. Defense policy? No. The African Union does not have a defense policy that somebody is representing. She was just sitting there. She was just sitting there as ambassador and taking her pay. And what did she do? When she offended what country, they simply kick her out. They withdrew her. Say, no, that's not what we're saying you there to go and do.
Yeah.
How can you have an African Union of 53 members countries who are unable to contribute 1 million to bring an office for themselves? Is that what's above them? They cannot be an office? Until China can build it for them?
It's about will, not the absence of the money. It's about the fact that they themselves, they know the caricature and they're not committed to the organ.
Yeah, Ambassador Arikana is more effective now than when she was ambassador of the AU in Washington. She has taken upon herself to go after the French, and that is a job that most African countries appreciate. But while she was there, she could not openly do that, but yet they still fired her and gave her the opportunity to work. They like Barrister Tim says, African Union is a pure caricature. It's I don't even know what they are doing there. Nobody knows, nobody respects them. They are working for the French. The president of the African Union is a francophone. The Secretary General is a francophone. You name it. Everything that the French want on that continent, the African Union is very willing to give, because they have nothing to give anyway. Their budget comes from France. Their headquarters is built by the Chinese. So what are they really worth? What are they worth? What is their job? What is their job description? Why are they there? For Africa to come out of this quagmire, first of all, African leadership must evolve to the younger generation. And two, a new African Union must be put in place to act like the EU in Europe. Other than that, we will not come out.
Do you really think that the European or the imperialist influence in Africa would want such a thing to happen?
We will get rid of the imperialist. We will get rid of the imperialist influence on Africa by kicking first the French out. Mali and Burkina Faso has started, and I think Guinea-Conakry had started even before independence, before they had their independence. And I tell you, Niger is on the way. And I tell you,
Mali, Burkina Faso are taking that audacity, and we see them on a major stage being defied or being despised. It's a major concern. We can talk about that all this while. One of these days, we're going to get into the technicalities of CEMAC, how Biya put us and themselves away from West Africa into another flop they call the CEMAC, and why within the CEMAC it is a calculated attempt to just have us. I like what you said, Barrister Fro. You said that the Gulf of Guinea and the wealth of that CEMAC is in Southern Cameroon. But you see, we have been engulfed But they, in their calculation, from what I perceive, is that if we did just engulf them, own them, we will control what they have, and they might not be the autonomy and the wealth or the power bank or the breadbasket of the Central African states. This propped up in the news that we reported on Thursday, and revelations have it that Bakassi, that is rightfully Ambazonian, has wealth unthinkable and untold. Barrister Besea, please.
Well, I wonder whether anybody doubts our ability to survive economically anywhere in Africa. If it is economics, we are going to be one of the most powerful. And so that is why we find these people hanging on us. You find La Republic hanging on us. You find Nigeria betraying us, or our neighbors. You find Equatorial Guinea betraying us, because they know what we shall become if we had the independence to do what we wanted to do. And so the Gulf of Guinea is Ambazonia. There's no doubt about that. No question asked. It is rich in everything that you can find. No question asked. It is the most strategic position in West Africa, military strategically, not more than that. That the Americans want, the Russians want, the Chinese want. And so, for these reasons, we are absolutely important. But there's a saying, no, there are very few slave masters, very few, if there's even one, whoever just open the door and let their slaves go. No, it doesn't happen like that. Slaves who gain freedom fight for it until the slave master discovers that he can no longer control them. He says, then more, come on now. He drives them away. And if he's kind, he gives them some seeds to go and grow the uncle somewhere and leave his place, stop disturbing him. So if we're expecting that France will let us go easily, no, they know what risk they take, especially now. If we went away now, we are going away with a black spot on France. All what we have suffered has been brought to us by France. So they're not sure they will be our friends the next hour, the next 10 years, the next decade. They're not sure of that. So, and that people will ask, then why do we die all this for? Well, what do we have to suffer all this when these people had to go? Again, that takes me to one phrase, if not a sentence, which I got from President Sarkozy's speech. He said, La République coined reunification in place of unification in order to implement the assimilation. That, even if it was said, that thing sank into my head, because I've been one of the people who are crying, oh, where do you find this word reunification from? Nowhere in the documents of the UN do you find reunification, but all the text coming out of Yaoundé, coming out of the Federalists, coming out of anybody, they talk about reunification. Where did it come from? And what did it mean?
The sad thing about that, Barrister Besea, is that you have dishonest individuals like Mona also trying to justify the reunification rhetoric of La République du Cameroon. Continue, please.
It is not even Mona. We have so many of our own brothers. I've said this many times before on different.
I just highlighted one example.
Yeah, people like Christian Toomey, as educated as he was, he always sang about reunification. I remember calling him one time, he was still strong, asking where did he come from with this nonsense of reunification. They did not see with us. It was either on our side or being overzealous, thinking that something was going to come out of here one day. So they sang the song of reunification instead of unification. And the song of reunification, of all the things that Yaoundé could do, of all the things that France could do, that's the first thing they bought from the UPC. Because UPC always talk about reunification before independence. Reunification before independence, which they did not succeed in doing anyway. But Ajo came with the France and bought it with the express purpose of completing the assimilation, as Dr. Sarkozy puts it. So that it is, that is where it is, that is where we are. Unfortunately, I've said many times before, knowledge was not made for them alone. People are seeing these things, they can interpret these things now better than what our brothers and sisters, our elder parents, our great grandparents could do. So it's a question of time. They're wasting their time. It is too late for them to think that they can deceive us. Yes, it can deceive some people some of the time. We cannot deceive everybody all the time. Thank you.
Deceive some people some of the time, but I cannot deceive every people all the time. Now, as we get into the president's speech in conclusion of our discussion this evening, I like to just read some of the phrases that you gentlemen have highlighted. It was a landmark, no doubt, but let's see in details what the president said on some things. It's an amazing speech. I doubt if you see, we're trying to give this flyer and a caption, and I tried to take some of the most important things he said, and you had talking about the U.S. foreign policy in Africa. You had the president say, America, he said a lot about that, but this was just what we could get. He said, America should not help Africa as a distant friend anymore, because until you draw closer to Africa, you will not truly acknowledge that Africa is a continent, not a country. The one size fits all approach in dealing with Africa, as if Africa is one country, is wrong, because such an approach misses all the distinguishing details that make for strong alliances. America must be prepared to hold hands with leaders of the next generation on the continent to address the real issues of Africa, or that Africa is facing. Now let's talk about US foreign policy to Africa now in details. We've scratched the backs and this whole thing. I'd like us to look at it from the Ambazonian perspective. Ambazonians are expecting that aside from the TPS, aside from the Congress resolutions, aside from statements coming out from the ambassador in Yaoundé, they're expecting a direct involvement to end the war. And also maybe supporting UN treaties and resolutions, because you agree with me that our movement is legal and it is historical. So America has done good, but Amazonians think that it can do better. So following this policy and the direct involvement that President Sako is soliciting, what should we expect from America that, or we think America should do that they are not doing? Barrister Fru, I'll start with you.
Yes, sir. I must start by making the statement that the African continent is the richest continent in the world.
That's a fact.
It houses the poorest people in the world.
Yes.
Now, if you look at the president's speech, all the things that he said, but if we came to Ambazonia, he said this: America must stop leading from behind and protect the Gulf of Guinea from the Russians. Those are my words, but that is the direct translation of what he said. Because if they don't stop this politics of leading from behind, they will get up one morning and the Gulf of Guinea will be occupied by the Russians. And he went ahead to offer the whole of Ambazonian cooperation, the whole of Ambazonian nation, as a friend to the United States, the only people that take the United States as a strategic partner of theirs. and that the children of the Ambazonia have fled their homeland and they are here, and some majority of them have become American citizens, and their children they take themselves as American citizens. What the president was doing was offering to the United States the protection of the Gulf of Guinea by protecting Ambazonia. So far, the United States has not changed its policy that it was supposed to change by now, following the events of this war. That statement in that speech should get the United States to start thinking. If we don't act and allow what is going on now continue, and in the morning we'll find that the Russians are now operating full flesh in the most strategic part of the world, the West African coast of the Gulf of Guinea. What is going to happen? It was appointed to the United States to say do more than you are doing now. And I think that was very important. We cannot say more than that. You cannot go and say what he did not say.
Yeah, do more than what you're doing
Do
now.
more than what you're doing now. Because
in essence, is some kind of an olive branch of collaboration.
No, I would not call it an olive branch. No. I would not call it an olive branch. It's an offer, a strategic offer of partnership.
Okay, a strategic offer of partnership. And even though you've just answered my question by saying that do more than you're doing now.
Yes.
And I want to think, Barrister Messiah, that the president is saying that America, we can do business.
That's what he's saying.
We are interested in your level of democracy. We can do business. Barrister Messiah, please.
Of course, that's what the president is saying. But what the Americans, present and the past, have not understood is what the president said. Africa is not a country.
Yep.
Mm-hmm. Africa is a continent. Mm-hmm. I've not seen the United States make Asia policy. They go to the Asia continent and say, we're making this for India. We're making this for Pakistan. They name the country because different countries represent different things in the continent. Yes, for now, the American talk of US, European Union, EU policy, because they have, the EU has laid down certain things that the US
EU has a framework.
Yes, the US can work on them individually. Africa, when you talk of Africa policy, what Africa are you referring to? The Africa led by Egypt, the Africa led by Nigeria, the Africa led by South Africa. Which Africa are you referring to when you say Africa policy? And then they still make the mistake. This thing they call the Gulf of Guinea is not an invention in the air. You have to calm down and say, who are these found in this place called the Gulf of Guinea? Identify them by their names. Talk to them as individuals. What you want to do in the Gulf of Guinea for them. What will Nigeria get out of this package? What will Ambazonia, the man you still know what to call their name, want to get from this package coming to the Gulf of Guinea? And so on and so forth. They have to address these things like that. Once they address that, the partners will fall out they would identify the partners themselves. They know who is who. And so until they go down this memory lane and cease to talk of Africa as a country. When I first came to this country, I saw so many black people in the street. So they look like my country people. I thought that they came from my family. But the whole thing that was common with them was the color. Some came from China, some came from Mali, all came from Nigeria, all came from Ghana. They never even spoke the same language, but they were just called blacks. Blackness is not a policy. You cannot make a policy for blacks. You make a policy for unidentifiable people. A race is not unidentifiable people. The races cut across nations. And so, Ambazonia tomorrow, are they going to practice the same policy that Nigeria practices? No. Are we going to practice the same policy that Equatorial Guinea practices? I mean, that's the Gulf of Guinea. No. So, we should have a different policy. If we want to have a common policy in the Gulf, these countries that are in the Gulf must meet and agree on what they want to talk about as a common policy. Is it foreign policy? Is it defense? Is it economic? They have to agree on that first. Otherwise, if they had the same common policy, why is Equatorial Guinea driving away Cameroonians to come back to their country? They share the same place. Why are they chasing people from Nigeria, from Bakassi? So the American government must recognize this. Africa is not a country, it's a continent. And so, again, as I said, they want a seat at the Security Council to be headed by who? By the Muslims, by Buhari in Nigeria, by South Africa, by Ghana.
We have a Morocco that supposedly was leading Africa at the World Cup, standing not to recognize themselves as real Africans. They would rather want to give the credits to the Arab world. You see,
it is not
so it's an Africa,
I listen to the press.
you cannot just encapsulate everyone.
I listen to the press.
I'm agreeing with you.
Yeah, I listen to the Western press. They were not reporting Morocco's victory as African. So they are the only Arab country. The only Arab country. So they were not Africans.
So
because they won the world, because they were in the World Cup, they were playing where they could not be Africans. Then they will all African countries have been eliminated. Then the only surviving Arab country is Morocco. So this narrative, which has a lot of effect when it comes to practicalities, has to stop. Cameroon, let us just see Cameroon as it is. There are 30 million people there. They are 10 times the size of Israel. Israel has never been merged with Syria. They call Israel Israel. The US has a policy for Israel. They give the money direct to them. They give them defense. They sign defense agreements with Israel, not with the Middle East. And so, until the American administrations, it's not just this one, comes to understand this, and I'm sure they would, they are understanding it. Like it or not, for now, the US administration has not yet recognized Ambazonia as a separate country. But they are moving on. What we say is not that they don't listen to, they are listening to us carefully. They read these very records that we have. And so it's a question of time. Again, Yaoundé, France, go to the discussion table, address the root causes of the problem, and Ambazonia will stand shining without any further challenge.
Yes, for this to come to fruition, you need a responsible leadership that will proactively, instead of going to march, a 15-man march in Washington, will proactively communicate words that will stay down history. But Safu, you wanted to react so that we can move on.
Yes, I listened to the speech made by Kagame from his country. I don't think he was in Washington. He said African leaders should stop begging. African leaders should stop going to glorify other leaders in Europe and America. African leaders should start behaving like people who represent their people and stop begging, because Africa is one of the richest continent in the world, and African leaders should behave as such. We are not beggars. And if you listen to the president's speech, President Sarkozy's speech,
you are saying that African leaders are not beggars. Perhaps that's a mistake because African leaders are
No,
beggars.
no.
Yes,
I listened to Paul Kagame very well. He said African leaders should stop begging.
okay, he said so.
Yes.
Yeah, you have Kagame that audaciously speak like that. You have the Ghanaian president that also has been constant with such audacious. But it is an apology that Buhari, that has what it takes to be a superpower, appears to be a beggar. If it is Biya, he has been a perpetual beggar. He got himself involved with Boko Haram to beg, and all of these guys are just begging.
Look, that's why I use the word when I talked about American-Ambazonia relationship, a strategic partnership. A strategic partnership should treat on one-on-one, win-win. And if we start treating on win-win, if we start treating on win-win like Nigeria treated with France on a win-win situation, African economy would skyrocket. For example,
now, Barrister Mbesea, Africa's economy will skyrocket. And I know you would like to respond to that, but before you respond to that, one of ABCA viewers is saying that Barrister Fu, your position concerning Russia is short-sighted. US and Russia are all important to Ambazonia. Barrister Fu, before you get there, maybe Barrister Tim will want to help you on that.
Yes,
I will come to that, but I wanted to say something about Africans begging. No. Africans are not beggars. No. They are just international thieves. They go, for example, take the COVID. They go and beg, oh, just come and give us money.
So most African leaders are international thieves, not really, because
let me elaborate.
From the president's address, the president distinguished between the African people and the current African leadership. So that distinction, we have to put it into perspective. Go ahead.
Yeah, what I was trying to say is this. I was trying to illustrate this. COVID comes, they need money. What do they go? They go to the World Bank, they go to donors, and they give money. I'm dealing with Cameroon now specifically. What happens to the money? They steal all the money. They steal it outright. They have no money. They pretend to want to give computers to students. They go take a loan for 15 billion. What did they do with the money? They steal the money, buy junk computers, and give to children. They are not beggars. They are just international thieves.
Yeah.
Bandits.
Because they were begging that money to do development, that will be different. They are just crooks of the first order. As I said earlier, this chunk of money which Biden is pumping to Africa, go through the books after. How much is going to Cameroon and for what? And how much will it end there? How much is going to Nigeria and for what? And where will it end? These are just, they call to give the money. The American government knows that these are all crooks. They know they're all thieves. If you give them money, you change their policies. They know this very, very well. It's not you and me teaching the American system. They know it very, very well. So when they say they are not beggars, they are not beggars. They are not beggars. They are just international crooks. Kagame, who is saying all that, Kagame has been accused a million times for stealing all the minerals from the Democratic Republic of Congo. Right or wrong, what has African Union done?
Nothing.
What has it done? To investigate and say, what are you doing here with the Democratic Republic of Congo? Why are you funding this rebellion here to extract their minerals? They have done nothing. They have closed their eyes to that.
And so, even though Kagame has a parliament that is made up of women more than men, but he detains every opposition that comes against.
Well, I don't know. When in that country, as you heard Ghana, we saw the president of Ghana addressing the other issues, and it goes to what I've said. Which is this Africa that the United States want to trade with? Is it the Africa under Ghana that we saw them talk? The Africa under Paul Biya that we saw him collapsing there? The Africa under Egypt? The Africa under Libya? Which Africa are they talking about? The Africa, which headquarters is in Ethiopia? Ethiopia is slaying people in the Tigray. They are killing people. The African Union says nothing? Who can I dialogue that?
No, they dialogue too much. Now let's make progress with this discussion. It gets so interesting. I'm coming back to you. Okay, react to this.
Let me react to what that caller, or is it a caller or somebody
Yeah,
wrote?
I like to read it again. He says, Barrister
Uh-huh.
Fru, your position concerning Russia is short-sighted. US and Russia are all important to Amazonia. I know
No,
what he's trying to say, but then
no.
it was
Let me
directed to
answer
you.
him.
So, yes, go
With
ahead.
all due respect, with all due respect to my co-citizen, America and Russia, I will take America today or tomorrow. Why? We are where we are today because of Poncha's friendship with our brother in Ghana, Nkrumah. And Nkrumah was linked to the Russians than to the West. And guess what? The West decided to do what they did to us by giving us the two alternatives instead of giving us an outright
Are you
independence.
insinuating, Barrister
Listen now,
Fru,
let me
that
finish.
Kuma had an influence to our fate
No,
at the time?
no. It was a perception by the West that Poncha, if they allow us to become independent, we may fall into the Eastern Bloc rather than the Western Bloc, given the closeness of Poncha to Nkrumah.
Mm-hmm.
And if you look at all the world, the Russians have not been effective in taking care or making their policy that will benefit anybody anywhere in the world but the Russians. Their ideology is geared towards Moscow. I am not by that saying that the ideology of the West is not geared towards Washington or Paris or London. No. All I'm saying is that we have two evils. We must choose.
Which evil should we choose?
If we have to live in this global world,
We have
and
to
develop
decide one evil.
a free economy, we have no choice than to align ourselves with the West. That's why it will be strategic suicide for the Russians to be found in the Gulf of Guinea. I will say so from today to tomorrow.
Dear ABC Amber TV fan, the debate is getting interesting. You are challenged by
Let me just add something.
His thesis, and I think Barrister Messiah wants to add to it. Please go ahead.
Yes.
Now the guy has asked a question or has made a remark which tends to suggest that we should be non-aligned. Non-alignment has ended. But as we speak, this is 2023. Ambazonia has not made a choice to be with America or with Russia. No, we've not had that choice. Once we get independence,
we will have that choice.
Our choice will depend upon our own strategic interests. For now,
we have independence already.
No, let me finish now, brother.
Once we gain our national territorial
once we secure what we want, let me finish now. Once we secure what we want, and we're able to open our embassies worldwide, the opening of embassies and creating of other relations will be determined by our strategic benefits. We're not slaves to the West. Neither shall we be slaves to the East or to wherever. Now we're struggling to establish ourselves. We're not against Russia.
I think that every nation. I think that every nation has a duty. I think every nation has a duty to choose their partners based on their strategic benefits.
Yes. Yeah, but if you look at our history, we have always survived under a free economy. This issue of non-alignment or the joining the East or whatever, it's a myth. Those countries that declare themselves non-aligned, where are they? It's a myth. We have to join the world. Listen now, let me finish.
I'm not trying to argue for Barrister Fru. Yeah.
Let me finish. The free economy will allow us into the free free market system of the West. We have products to market. We have agricultural products to market. We have the mineral products to market, and we cannot pretend to be non-aligned. And we are in the world economic order, which is controlled now by the West. It's not possible.
Well, I think let us end this particular debate by saying this. Well, we would like the free economy of the West, but up to this point, the majority of countries that you and me know, Nigeria, Cameroon, Ivory Coast, all that you can name, have been tied to the so-called the West economic policies.
Because we have international thieves.
Let me finish.
Like you said.
We are yet to see the benefits. But for Ambazonia, I insist again, when we put ourselves together, it's not so much economic. I've said this before. The minerals that are found in the Gulf of Guinea, Russia is not interested in those minerals. They have more enough minerals than we have.
Oh, that's
Americans are not even interested in the minerals. They have different interests there, not money. They have a different strategic interest.
It's about the global power maintenance.
Yes, it's power distribution.
Yeah.
Because again, let me give this example to illustrate again. Why are they fighting so much in the Ukraine? If you look at Russia has longer borders with other countries in that region than even with Ukraine.
Yeah.
So why is there so much about Ukraine?
Why
is this fighting? Yeah, what is the specific interest? It is purely strategic, and people don't know this. The fight in Ukraine is because the present leader of Ukraine has opted to go and join NATO. And Russia said that will not happen in our front yard. We will die for it. It's not money. They have more than enough minerals in Russia.
Oh, not for strategic America.
Again, as far as this debate is concerned, let us just agree that at the appropriate time, Ambazonian leaders
will make a determination of what.
Probably you and me will be dead by then.
No, I cannot.
You and me will be dead by then. But based on the education we have,
part of that. Can I?
Based on what we know,
I think we should wrap up with that, because there's something very important Barrister Fru raised here, which I think we should measure that in our discussion that this, because this is an ongoing debate. But here is something you said, Barrister Fru, when you're trying to correct Barrister Mbesea, and you said Ambazonia already has independence and has their sovereignty. And that's why I want us to forget about that and focus on this, because it's good that we have leadership that reassets this at every given chance. You had the president in his statement. He said, we are not trying to secede. That he was talking to this summit.
Correct.
We are a sovereign people.
Yep.
So we don't need a referendum, because we're getting rumors of people suggesting that. And then you have the United Nations knew this truth and gave us a plebiscite instead of a referendum, in 1961. I will start with you on this, Barrister Mbesea, before I come to Barrister Fru. How instrumental is this statement to America at this time, now that we are seeking for recognition?
I think the president has always said, and we've always said, independence and recognition are two different things. We can all agree that they voted for our independence, but even based on what we are discussing now, we need recognition, because if you are not recognized, you're not going to enter into any agreement with these countries, be it Russia, be it the United States, be it anywhere. That's why I think we started this thing by saying that Eritrea, they claim, don't have diplomatic relations with America. They don't recognize them. They don't have any, so they will not do anything with them. So it is important for us to know that we have the independence. But for us to survive as a country, to be strong as a nation, we need recognition of neighbors, of foreign countries, of friends, allies.
Yes.
That's what is needed. And so if we are bargaining, making all this struggle in the United States, we are looking for the US recognition.
Yeah.
What does that mean? Say, look, we recognize you as a country. That's why probably we're not invited to the summit. We invite you because everybody who went there, Equatorial Guinea, they sat on the same level, on the same table. Nigeria could not come and say, well, I'm bigger than you, Equatorial Guinea, I'm bigger than you, Somalia, or whatever thing they call it there. They were all recognized as such. They were in the global package. So I think that's important. We should understand that.
Yeah, but
when we have recognition from the United States, we also need recognition from Russia. We need recognition from China and all other countries around the world.
Yes, it's a good question.
That's why I said earlier that we let it remain there. At the time we have this recognition process, we will have leaders who are very educated people. They will know where to choose. Somebody can opt to open his embassy in your country. I say, no, I don't want the embassy here.
No, listen to me.
Master Fru, please.
If we take the position that my colleague is taking, that we will choose when the time comes, we may never have anybody recognizing us. We are looking for recognition. And if you are looking for recognition, you should show that you belong.
You should take a position, as you
are saying. Take a position right now. Otherwise, you will not get that recognition. If the whole world, the whole of this small, tiny world, people can recognize you. If the United States and Europe does not recognize you, you are still nothing. You probably
because they recognize you based on their interest.
Yes, you have to show that you are a part of the free world, that you belong to the market, to the world economic order, and that you can function like most other countries, like Nigeria today is functioning in the market economy. You will not have this debate in Nigeria. Some people saying that we will choose, let's choose, time will come when we elect a new president, we will choose.
But at the end of the day, from your standpoint, Barrister Fru, at the end of the day, you're saying that at this point, let's look at the pipers, partner, them, gain recognition, and we can most probably have an extension when we would have been fully recognized. That is also
we will not wait. Listen now, we will not wait until they recognize us and we become a country before we start choosing where we belong. We have to show the world.
No.
Right now.
I think you're very wrong.
Right now,
I think you're very wrong. This is what we're saying. No, let me just complete. I think you're wrong.
Can I finish?
This is why you are wrong.
Can I finish?
No, okay.
Can I finish? Yes. Right now, if we have the slightest idea that we have not chosen the market, the Western market, a free economy, we have shot ourselves in the foot, because first of all, Ambazonia has been given the freedom of expression, of fighting for its freedom from the American soil. The question that I have for you is whether, if you went to Moscow and stayed there, you'll be allowed the same freedom that we have now to fight for our freedom. We must.
There are very high chances that you can be picked up in Moscow like you will be picked up in Nigeria. I think that now makes some sense. But let's move on.
And secondly, the Russians are after their money. They are not after anything else but money, just like the West. But the West does it with some finesse. If you belong to the free economy, if you belong to the free economy, you can market your products freely and negotiate your prices freely, like Nigeria is doing.
Why, Barrister Fru, a moment, please. Why the both of you are calculating it from a diplomatic perspective? I'm sure Pastor Victor and Pastor Commando are saying that, in fact, what we belong to God. That was just to make sure that
let me move on point.
I intentionally brought that statement so to bring down the energy so that we can conclude. We have exceeded
Yes.
our
Okay,
time.
let me make my own point now.
Add something very briefly. Let's make progress.
Now, I think Mr. Fo is confusing two things.
Oh,
You are
come
confusing
on.
people recognizing us and we recognizing people. That's not where we are. Right now that we're talking, when we talk about,
I'm
listen,
not
when we talk
confusing
about
anybody.
Russia, when we talk about China, listen now, when we talk about Russia and China right now, when we
The
talk
worst
about
thing that have
agreements signed
happened
by,
to us.
Just a
let
moment,
me
please.
finish my now. We've also talked about the Cameroon government signing agreements with Russia. Take away those agreements. Did Russia recognize Cameroon? Yes.
Yes.
They have had an embassy in Yaoundé forever.
Yes. Yes.
Despite the embassy in Yaoundé, Cameroon was treating in their business with France.
Mm-hmm.
So, and they have had an embassy in all these countries, in Chad. I mean, the Russians. They had an embassy in Mali. They had an
We
embassy
need
in
to.
Central African Republic.
Do you want recognition
But
or not?
this country, let me finish my own point now. These countries traded with the countries that you want. And so recognition is not an economic partnership. Now, again, different countries open their embassies for different reasons. If you go to some embassies, you find an economic mission there. You go to other ones, you find basically military missions there. So we cannot tell somebody that they will not belong to their camp. We're not the ones recognizing them. We're asking them to give us diplomatic recognition as a country. When Eritrea is there, is not recognized by the United States. Are they a country? Yes. They are a country in Africa. They are a country recognized by other countries around the world. Do they even have something to say? Maybe nothing. But countries are giving them diplomatic relations. That's why they have their own flag flying at the United Nations. The Americans who don't recognize them, who don't have an embassy, they cannot go and pull down their flag. I think that's the distinction that we should try to make. Again, I'm insisting right here, at the appropriate time, the government in place will choose where to open their embassies. That's recognition. They will accept countries to come and set up their diplomatic missions in that country. That is recognition. Not me sitting here, still fighting for independence. That is the priority of the government in place. In fact, embassies and recognitions are done diplomatically by the foreign missions of the countries concerned, not the people in the street. You can recognize a country without having an economic interest there. You just have military interest or other interests. You recognize them, like this Gulf of Guinea. It's a strategic place for them.
No.
Fight over it.
Let me disagree. Let me say
Just
one
no,
thing.
but just a moment.
Unless I want to talk about you recognizing people, not people recognizing you.
Mr. Fru, just a moment, please. There's an aspect of this whole discussion that if we crystallize the significance of whatever policy action that the interim government enhances today, it can impact us now and tomorrow. And this, I get back into the president's speech. I like to read something that is very instrumental, and we'll use that to conclude. The president says, like we captioned with the flyer, hope for the nation. The president says, I call on all Ambazonian people. I call on all Ambazonian people to remain hopeful that America, the beacon of freedom, cannot sacrifice her values on the world stage because of an alien bloodthirsty dictator like Paul Biya. This is a very strategic policy statement. And it leads me to where I want us to conclude the state of affairs as per the indictment of our comrades in America. Fortunately, the two of you are the legitimate individuals to give us any updates that the people want to know. Relate this into that update. Let me start with you, Barrister Fru, please. Just be brief.
Now, listen. Let me make a statement first. My first statement is you cannot have a recognition or an embassy in any country without an economic an economic mission. I don't understand unless you are coming from the Soviet bloc, which they don't have any economic interests. They have other interests. But the West, with its democracy and its economic systems, cannot be spending money in a country, establishing relationship, putting an embassy without an economic interest. And no matter how small that interest may be.
Yeah, that point gotten, but
let me finish.
I really would like us to summarize that aspect.
Yes, I'm coming to your question. I will answer your question. Look, the indictment of our colleagues.
Yeah.
It's a pointer, it's a lesson for us to know that this country that we live in has a government of 3 branches which operate independently but somewhere intertwines. You have the executive, the legislature, and the judiciary. The judiciary functions independent of the executive. Nobody is above the law. Nobody is above the law. And if somebody has brought a case before them, that is if somebody brought a case, or somebody did not bring a case, and they have a case against you, they don't need the executive or the legislature to have a say in it. That should teach us the type of system we are going to have. If we are going to have the so-called non-alliance, where we can do anything like Paul Biya is doing, can just come into your house, pick you up, and go and lock you up, no trial for many years, or what the Soviet bloc is doing, they just suspect you, they come in the morning, in the night, and take you away and lock you away, no questions asked. You will not have this kind of system in what we are trying to build. We will have the same structure that the judiciary is free to accuse anybody, and it's for that person to come to court. But the accuser must prove beyond the reasonable doubt that that person has violated the law of the land. Other than that, the executive or the legislature has no say in that.
Yes, agreed with that point.
And that's where you can have justice. That's where the people will have justice. And I can tell you that our brothers who are being accused today will have justice, and they will be released. They will be free, because we will give them the best defense money can buy. And also, the facts are on our side.
Amazing. That is the statement I've been wanting to pull out from your spirit, and you got it. You see, I read it again, and I come to you, Barrister Mbesea, so that you give a last word on it. I call on all Ambazonian people to remain hopeful that America, the beacon of freedom, cannot sacrifice her values on the world stage because of an alien bloodthirsty dictator like Paul Biya. This is a hopeful statement, a statement of hope, so much confidence, so much cognizance of the system. I don't want to ask again what is the audacity of the president, but I believe he has been briefed of the updates. Perhaps you want to brief us on specifically on the updates of this ongoing case against our people.
There is not so much update. The only update I have, which I think we all have, which has not been emphasized, is that our point person in this case is Barrister Ghana, but he updates us. The last update he put up there was that Cheney has been assigned a lawyer officially.
Yeah.
He's a private lawyer assigned by the federal government, by the court, and they will pay the bills for this lawyer.
Yeah.
So we'll have at least a lawyer for him to be paid by the system. So far, Lamni has not had a lawyer, has not been assigned a lawyer for the simple reason that he's not yet appeared before the court. He's not yet appeared before any court. Once you appear before the court, the law says that you have to get a lawyer by yourself or you assign one by the state. So two of them, who have appeared before the court, have each a lawyer. The third, Lamni, he has not yet appeared before the court. And you appear before any court, a lawyer will be assigned to him. And going forward in the matter again, let us understand that three of them are three individual defendants. Each of them will have a lawyer for himself, preferably paid by the federal government. So we can remain solid, we can subsidize, but officially it will be assigned and paid. And then this issue of bail that we have cried over here, I've looked at it again. Now, the people have appeared in different courts, but they're all heading to one court in Kansas. Once they all arrive in Kansas, before the judge, the trial judge, the issue of bail is going to come up again. Because three persons cannot be charged under the same indictment, and one person has bail, the other one does not have. So rest assured that sooner or later.
Yeah, this is where Ambazonians want to get some smiles on their faces. Can these men get back home and enjoy Christmas with family? But the time is getting too close and it's getting too short.
We're not sure when, because we don't have the time, the schedule for the judges to control. We don't control them. The judges are assigned.
Now, are you saying, Barrister Fru or Barrister Mbesia, that as an attempt has been made to consider that and the time is not there? Is that specifically what you're saying?
Yeah, there's no time. There's not, the court.
Yeah. We're doing all what we can. The lawyers are doing all what they can, but they don't determine the timetable for the judges.
Yeah.
Okay. So specifically, you are saying that there is no a time for them to come and to review their release while pending judgment. We have not had the court give us time. That is what you're saying.
Yes, the court has not done that. I would not control their timetable. And then to add again, finally, we talk about court America and so on. I looked at it, all of us realized that the matter was brought to the grand jury by the FBI, the Federal Bureau of Investigations. In this country, there are two investigative agencies, the FBI and the CIA. The FBI investigates essentially local cases, domestic cases in the United States. So the complaint and whatever thing they're accusing them are things that are related only to the United States. If the thing had concerned somebody somewhere out of the country, investigation would have been taken by the CIA, because it's the CIA, the Central Intelligence Agency, that investigates foreign crimes. If somebody had complained from Cameroon, like Cameroon has been saying, the government of Cameroon has complained that somebody committed a crime here, and invited the CIA, invited the American, they will send only the CIA. The investigation will be done by the CIA. So that again, if you read the indictment, it says this book conspired with unnamed conspirators. These unnamed conspirators are somewhere in Cameroon or somewhere in Banso. So how will you?
Well, I think whoever did that is strategic to protect the individuals who most probably have.
No, it is written there. That unnamed conspirators in Cameroon, it is written there in black and white. Because the guys who are catching the fund in Dapo, somewhere there, they are in Cameroon. They are only saying that we're working on the instructions of Chini or whoever they are talking over here. The CIA is not going to talk to them. The CIA
and that
are going to talk to them.
Is not even any evidence.
Yes, wherever is the evidence, the CIA, people don't have the evidence because the people who are investigating the case so far, only the FBI don't have the authority to go to Banzo and talk to the phone, or to go to the where they buried Christian Tima, say, well, how did this man die? They don't have that.
And Barrister Mbesa, it is even a twofold argument. That they said it is not evidence, and that even if it is evident, Who makes the laws of the land? Is an argument that the interim government has been presenting, and they believe that they have a legitimacy for it. We cannot continue this discussion as it stands.
No, I was trying to learn. Let me learn. I was trying to tell the families of the people, all of us listening to, and the families of the individuals concerned, that they should not be worried. Because of what I've just said, they have a better case than what many people think. So there should be no disturbance. Even if your husband is not home for Christmas, that's not the end of the world. They will come back home sooner or later. Rest assured, we are doing everything that is within our own powers. Thank you.
Thank you very much, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you, dear viewers, for staying tuned. It's been an explosive discussion and debate, and I also believe that it has been very educative. I hope to have this gentleman again here early next week. We're going to be deciding if we'll be having the vice president on Monday or on Thursday, and we will be having them again. I wish by Monday I'll have Barrister Ghana Valentine to be part of our discussion. We've learned a lot, and I believe our hope and faith for this movement has been improved after this discussion. Until next time, it's been Tapa the King. I'll leave you with this music I hear. She's Ambazonian and has just been released. Enjoy.
Yeah. You know the baseline. Yeah. She know it's time. Yeah. She a bad man killer. Yeah. And there's a lot of bad girls with her. Yeah. And on the baseline, she no waste time. She got down, then pick up. EJ. baseline. Yeah. She know it's time. She a bad man killer. And there's a lot of bad girls with her, yeah. And at the baseline, she no waste time. She got down, then pick her up. EJ. EJ. You say you no be gentleman at all, but I no be gentlewoman. You say you no be gentleman at all, so make you come and prove it. You gotta get on the dance floor. Yeah, on the baseline. Yeah, she know it's time. She a bad man killer, and there's a lot of bad girls with her, yeah. And at the baseline, she no waste time. She got down, then pick her up. EJ. EJ. You say you no be gentleman at all, but I no be gentlewoman. You say you no be gentleman at all, so make you come and prove it. You gotta get on the dance floor. EJ. I just wanna dance. EJ. Cancel all your plans if you don't mind, and you know, baby, you're all mine, make me go. EJ, yeah. Go, over my body like go. I, oh boy, you know, say if I leave you, go and follow. Who are you fooling? Baby, you know what you doing. You tryna cause me confusion. I don't want to lose control. You say you no be gentleman at all, but I no be gentlewoman. You say you no be gentleman at all, so make you come and prove it. You gotta get on the dance floor. EJ. I just wanna dance. EJ. Cancel all your plans if you don't mind, and you know, baby, you're all mine, let me go. EJ, yeah. On the baseline. Yeah, she know it's time. She a bad man killer, and there's a lot of bad girls with her, yeah. And at the baseline, she no waste time. She got down, then pick her up. EJ. You say you no be gentleman at all, but I no be gentlewoman. You say you no be gentleman at all, so make you come and prove it. You gotta get on the dance floor. EJ. I just wanna dance.
Fellow Southern Cameroonians, fellow Ambazonians, this is Dr. Patience Abiru, popularly known as Ma Patience. The International Day for the Elimination of Violence Against Women and Girls was observed on November 25, 2022. On that day, the 16 Days of Activism campaign was launched to unite in activism to end violence against women and girls. According to the United Nations, I quote, "Violence against women and girls is one of the most widespread, persistent, and devastating human rights violations in our world today, and remains largely unreported due to the impunity, silence, stigma, and shame surrounding it." Quotations closed. The manifestations of violence against women and girls could be physical, sexual, or psychological. And examples include intimate partner violence, sexual violence and harassment, human trafficking, female genital mutilations, and child marriage. Did you know that 5 every hour is the number of girls or women that are killed by someone in their own family? The 16 Days of Activism campaign, which ends today, World Human Rights Day, was a global call to action, recognizing that gender-based violence against women and girls is a fundamental violation of human rights. On this World Human Rights Day, December 10th, 2022, the end of the 16 days of activism against gender-based violence, let's remember that gender inequality lies at the heart of violence against women and girls. We can achieve gender equality through education, active learning, through conscious decisions, respectful behaviors, and eliminating unconscious bias at home, work, and in the community. We have the power to bring about gender equality in our own lives, work, communities, and the world at large. On behalf of all the women of the Federal Republic of Ambazonia, I say Happy World Human Rights Day. As Mrs. Hillary Clinton said in September 1995 in her address to the United Nations Fourth World Conference on Women, human rights are women's rights and women's rights are human rights. In the Ambazonia we are fighting for, women will enjoy the rights to participate fully in all aspects of nation building, and women's rights will be human rights, and human rights will be women's rights. Long live the Federal Republic of Ambazonia, and short live our struggle for recognition.
You're watching the People's Television, ABC Amba TV, the voice of Ambazonia. Stay tuned.
Today, na Monday, when number 7 day for this month of November 2022, na me Jerafaya of the 5 Pass of Bamuka, the spokesman of the ARF and the Gokotunja County whole front. We the ARS of Gokotunja to bring out this audio for una today. Now for make me some of una way una be confused whether struggle to go na up or to go na down. Some of una struggle for understanding where they pass. We the ARS we come for make a una know say from the beginning of this struggle, all we the fighters and we will fight. Now for say we could liberate this land until reach Boya. But la public enter everything for media for do that you work for use money for confuse some fighter them. They know the key military again. So where they see you, where the key military over they go struggle for give money for that fighter, they may they struggle for kill you. But we the areas of them, for example Ambazonia, we deny, say how we don't start this war so they don't kill our friend, they don't kill our brother. We not go ever take money on top our brother blood for any reason. So Morish Boya. So now what I see every day, where they say say lockdown the car, you will hear come back kind general, you will hear come back kind colony, they come back kind people of Ambazonia. You will hear come back kind people of Ground Zero, where they can't talk. But after that lockdown, you know, every year on this some person don't attack military was on place where if we can't have a lockdown for can't talk nonsense. People that will come online. They will come for social media for tell una say ARS them for continue to kidnap people, they safeguard, they torture people them. Say ARS them for continue they need to work correct work. But you know ever hear that work for some side and so they don't ever they ever can't talk for una say ARS them don't kill military them. So they come they dinner for sabotage the real fighters them for spoil their name. So that made la public continue for give that money so they do that work very well. But we don't deny say we not go chop blood money. Say we not go chop blood money. Say till the last man standing. Say even if we die today, people that will continue. How was people that were about we don't die, then we will continue. Even if we die today, the people that were the day for our front that will still continue till we could reach Boya. And then we come again for make no, we don't come for here plenty time then. We talk for now say this struggle there. So how we war they stay they go now. All say people that they die they go. Today we say civil under Bamko, civil under Babisi, civil under Bamungo, civil under Baba, civil under Bamisi. Also as time they go, 2021, 22 now also they would have die one see sometimes one for bush. We not be able for see una to fight for una. So we don't can't talk for una say this thing they delay now because enough material not there for fighting people they out. Say this thing we don't live and read as of particular people that are on. Say all man go must support. Say all man must support, especially for inside Ngokotunja. We can't even talk for una say if you be in Ngokotunja picking with they out of Ambazonia or they inside Ambazonia or they inside Ngokotunja, me struggle for support because anytime we meet up any place we meet up you. How we don't say on audio, you know, come for support peacefully. Any place we meet up you ask you anything you must give for that place. Because for now, some of una nobody understand. So of una chase will fight this fight for ourselves. And we freedom will come tomorrow. Now all man will enjoy. Even though it had some all man enjoy. You will be out of Ambazonia. If you hold your family member or hold any of your family, anything will ask that you must send her before we will leave her for your skin. Because this fight not that personal people that fight. This fight now all will fight. Now all we are fight and all we must support. We don't mind whether you call we see the kidnappers and say we will wait. Even if we go dig na toilet. If you for go work now, move na shit for get money, we go buy weapon there for send the people there out. Move our people them, we Ambazonia be free. We the ARS of Ngokutunya we go do them. So when it comes to make people know, say how they talk so the who people the safeguard. Take 1,000 for passenger there. Take 5,000 for driver them. When it come to them for make people know, say where any person want enter from Ngokutunya, we want come out. If you be passenger, who you 1,000. If you be driver, who you 5,000 for have your control. Because we will ever come out stand for road so. Now for the tonton for road so that the la public terrorists go fit come more drink and give for that hit. So but how we not use that like propaganda. So there's some people that pass here go lie. They say mommy go take my money, who come and lie say we don't catch you for safeguard take the money. But nevertheless we don't talk say any person will talk against the child of God. Me not say they talk against God. And one day he will rape the soul, he will rape which way swam. So that is more information that got for now. May everybody remain blessed and will remain safe. And may everybody take care of tough every day. Say one of the year gone. Place we did they sleep for ground, not the struggle for see what you pass. Because in the course for the do what you really pass, stray bullet if we take you a man to die 2 times. So we thank one again once more.
Yeah. baseline. Yeah. She know it's time. Yeah. She a bad man killer. Yeah. And there's a lot of bad girls with her, yeah. And on the baseline, she no waste time. She got down, then pick up. EJ. You say you no be gentleman at all, but I no be gentlewoman. You say you no be gentleman at all, so make you come and prove it. You gotta get on the dance floor. EJ. I just wanna dance. EJ. Cancel all your plans if you don't mind, and you know, baby, you're all mine, make me go. EJ, yeah. Coca, over my body like Coca. I, oh boy, you know, say if I leave you, go and follow. Who are you fooling? Baby, you know what you're doing. You tryna cause me confusion. I want to lose control. You say you know be gentleman at all, but I know be gentlewoman. You say you know be gentleman at all, so make you come and prove it. You gotta get on the dance floor. EJ. I just wanna dance. EJ. Cancel all your plans if you don't mind, and you know, baby, you're all mine, let me go. EJ, yeah. Know the baseline. Yeah. She know it's time. Yeah. She a bad man killer. Yeah. And there's a lot of bad girls with her, yeah. And on the baseline, she no waste time. She got down, then pick up. EJ. EJ. You say you no be gentleman at all, but I no be gentlewoman. You say you no be gentleman at all, so make you come and prove it. You gotta get on the dance floor. EJ. I just wanna dance. EJ. Cancel all your plans if you don't mind, and you know, baby, you're all mine, make me go. EJ, yeah. Coca, over my body like Coca. I, oh boy, you know, say if I leave you, go and follow. Who are you fooling? Baby, you know what you're doing. You tryna cause me confusion. I want to lose control. You say you know be gentleman at all, but I know be gentlewoman. You say you know be gentleman at all, so make you come and prove it. You gotta get on the dance floor. EJ. I just wanna dance. EJ. Cancel all your plans if you don't mind, and you know, baby, you're all mine, let me go. EJ, yeah.
Alert, alert, alert. This is Dr. Martin Mungwa, Secretary of State for Communication and IT for the interim government. Dear ambassadors, and especially those in the United States, we have learned from reliable sources that the head of the genocidal regime in La République du Cameroon, in the name of Paul Biya, will be arriving in the United States and Washington, D.C. in particular, tomorrow, December 10th. I call on all Ambazonians of goodwill and even friends of Ambazonia to call their congressmen and tell them that the head of the regime that has been killing Ambazonians mercilessly for the past 6 years will be arriving the United States tomorrow, December the 10th, to meet with President Biden. It is very important at this time to raise awareness about the genocide that is taking place in our homeland. And it is a great moment for the United States law people to make sure that President Biden brings up this matter with Paul Biya and make sure that this genocide that is taking place in our country comes to a stop, and to make sure that there is a meeting between Mr. Biya's government and the interim government, and to make sure in order to bring this genocide to a close. So I am calling on all Ambazonians, especially those resident in the United States, to call their congressmen and make sure that they are alerted about their imminent arrival of Mr. Paul Biya to the United States, Washington, D.C. Thank you. Goodbye.
She know it's time. She a bad man killer, and there's a lot of bad girls with her. Yeah, and at the baseline, she no waste time. She got down, then pick up. EJ. You say you no be gentleman at all, but I no be gentlewoman. You say you no be gentleman at all, so make you come and prove it. You gotta get on the dance floor. EJ. I just wanna dance. EJ. Cancel all your plans if you don't mind it, you know. Baby, you're all mine, make me go. EJ, yeah. Over my body like I, oh boy, you know. Say if I leave you, go and follow. Who are you fooling? Baby, you know what you doing. And you tryna cause me confusion. I don't want to lose control. You say you no be gentleman at all, but I no be gentlewoman. You say you no be gentleman at all, so make you come and prove it. You gotta get on the dance floor. EJ. I just wanna dance. EJ. Cancel all your plans if you don't mind it, you know. Baby, you're all mine, let me go. EJ, yeah.
Fellow Southern Cameroonians, fellow Ambazonians, this is Dr. Patience Abiru, popularly known as Ma Patience. The International Day for the Elimination of Violence Against Women and Girls was observed on November 25, 2022. On that day, the 16 Days of Activism campaign was launched to unite in activism to end violence against women and girls. According to the United Nations, I quote, "Violence against women and girls is one of the most widespread, persistent, and devastating human rights violations in our world today, and remains largely unreported due to the impunity, silence, stigma, and shame surrounding it." Quotations closed. The manifestations of violence against women and girls could be physical, sexual, or psychological. And examples include intimate partner violence, sexual violence and harassment, human trafficking, female genital mutilations, and child marriage. Did you know that 5 every hour is the number of girls or women that are killed by someone in their own family? The 16 Days of Activism campaign, which ends today, World Human Rights Day, was a global call to action, recognizing that gender-based violence against women and girls is a fundamental violation of human rights. On this World Human Rights Day, December 10th, 2022, the end of the 16 Days of Activism against gender-based violence, let's remember that gender inequality lies at the heart of violence against women and girls. We can achieve gender equality through education, active learning, through conscious decisions, respectful behaviors, and eliminating unconscious bias at home, work, and in the community. We have the power to bring about gender equality in our own lives, work, communities, and the world at large. On behalf of all the women of the Federal Republic of Ambazonia, I say Happy World Human Rights Day. As Mrs. Hillary Clinton said in September 1995 in her address to the United Nations Fourth World Conference on Women, human rights are women's rights and women's rights are human rights. In the Ambazonia we are fighting for, women will enjoy the rights to participate fully in all aspects of nation building, and women's rights will be human rights.